Yes, yes, yes. Good evening, everybody. And good morning if you're on certain ends of the earth. I welcome you all. It is your friendly Euphoria broadcasting to you on a Sunday evening, which means it can only mean that it is time for story time. And if you're joining us for the first time for story time, what is it exactly that we do here? Well, this is basically the ramblings of some dude on the internet, looking at some of the wonderful mysteries that come flying out when you take a few facts of our history and our current situation as humanity and you put it under the microscope. A lot of very fascinating dots that can be joined. And so I claim to be no expert. Always do your own research. And my job is really just to point you to all the wonderful little rabbit holes that you can tumble into. It is my great privilege this evening to be beaming to you live from the Southern Hemisphere, from the most beautiful continent on all the planet, good old Africa. And the south of Africa is where we're beaming from. And we have electricity. What can you say? It's not something we often have a choice in here in South Africa, but fortunately we have a little bit remaining on this Sunday evening, and so StoryTime can plow forward. Let us give thanks and praise to the powers. A great creator, you're very, very kind. It almost didn't happen, I guess, because if we didn't have electricity, not much goes forward in terms of human technology, right? But all that said, I welcome you again. StoryTime 19. Can you believe it? We are getting through these episodes relatively quickly. And what a great joy it is to be bringing so many of the discussions that we've had in previous episodes, and through those ideas and concepts that we've run through in other subjects that we've come across. It's really great to be able to thread them together and use them as a wonderful crutch to support ourselves as we dive deep into these new subjects. Episode 19 is taking quite a big leap, because that's really where we are as humanity. Hard disclosure is something that is not to be taken lightly, but at the same time, we shouldn't just go and lose our heads over the whole thing. When we talk about soft disclosure in politics, we usually mean some form of official declaration that is not directly saying or not saying a certain thing, but alludes to. There is a degree of ambiguity, but within that ambiguity there is also a message kind of coded in there. You will find this, for example, with Israel's nuclear ambiguity policy. Everybody knows that the state of Israel has nuclear weapons, and the Samson option and all these kinds of things. But it's never officially disclosed. We had obviously a whistleblower come forward and tell us about this program, which is why we have really good documentation to sort of go on, and good information that, you know, already back in the 70s and 80s, this program was well on its way. So we can see that at the end of the day, when we talk about secrets and disclosure, soft disclosure is one thing, but the converse is obviously just outright, like, let's say, North Korea declaring that you have nuclear weapons, and then because you've openly declared them, you openly test them. So in tonight's topic, we're not necessarily talking about nuclear weapons. That was the secret from 100 years ago. What secrets governments and militaries keep these days? The hot topic, as it were, that we're having congressional hearings over, and in this episode we'll see also the laws are beginning to change in the superpower that is America at the moment. So hard disclosure is, in this sense, looking at the UAP phenomena. It's looking at some of the many concepts that are beginning to come out and, in a certain sense, inform the public of what they've been desperately trying to bring to the light of officiality. I say officiality in air quotes for those that maybe cannot see that. But when I say officiality, I mean the truth should not be given to you by someone. It is your knowledge and experience that infers your own knowledge and reality of the world. So you have to take what people give you with a grain of salt, and you'll see this message be repeated quite often. And we've looked to experts, we've looked to people in places of authority who we expect would know and be trusted to give us this information. Over the years, we've hoped that the government would not lie to us and misinform us, misdirect us, and just in some moments just outright eliminate us from the whole discussion, both literally and figuratively. It's been a bit of a dirty business, this whole concept of UAP, UFO, alien, ET, EBE disclosure. There's a lot of acronyms that fly around now. Before we just used to call them ET aliens and UFOs, you know. But the phenomena, as we've studied it across the years, has become more complex, and it has been studied, and it has many times come across the lens of the public and been forced into the hands and machines of the political elite. And now I'm bringing this up again because very soon, we're recording this live the 23rd of July, and I believe it's on the 27th of the 27th, right? The 27th of the 7th will have a big hearing in the United States, and there they will pretty much bring into law many of the accumulations of the talks that they've been having, of the witnesses that have been coming forward, the testimonies, the evidence, the closed congressional hearings of people with I believe it's called TIC clearance, very high levels of top secret clearance, and need to know goes into this whole project where politicians are now being informed and are being told that there is this legacy program, is the word they use. A legacy program of not only UAP study, but of UAP defense initiatives, contact operations, reverse engineering, biological and medical information that has been studied, and all kinds of things. I mean, it goes deep and it goes back very far. And we say this is legacy because from just before Roswell till now, anyone that had this idea in the public was easily and very quickly labeled a conspiracy theorist. And this was a deliberate label that was created by the intelligence agencies to cut out the people from the public discourse that were getting, too big for their boots and bringing up secret projects that required explanation that wasn't very easy. One thing is to be said of the military, at least the people I've met, is that they would much rather not get into a conversation than outward lie. It's noble in a certain sense, and technology, like anything used for its right purpose, gives you a very positive result. But what I'm trying to say here is that what we are discovering with this disclosure business and the secrets that have been coming out from the witness testimonies and government projects that have been discovered through freedom of information is that good people have been involved in this sort of business for one reason or another. But at the same time, whilst you have a large group that believe in a certain sense of duty and believe in secrecy for the aim of defending a nation and its people, this whole concept has been bastardized by a very small group, by a certain elite cabal. And now that we're getting disclosure, you can see the rats just scuttling off the ship. And these small group of people that run these unacknowledged special access programs that are completely off the books and in the shadows, completely in the unawares, off radar section, out of the view of government, these operations and people that run them have been a thorn in the side of a functioning country. Its military and the government, its intelligence, it all gets infiltrated. And again, now that we're getting disclosure, when we look at these laws and we look at these things that are beginning to change in the political machine, we're seeing the government is now trying and beginning to put power back into the executive hands, which is pretty much the president and the Congress and the people. This is specifically referring to America. And they are demanding to now force these parts of the Department of Defense and their private contractors, the aerospace agencies and everyone else, to come forward with whatever they have, the materials, the studies, and materials being biological or otherwise. The degree of tug of war going on here between a government that doesn't have its hands on the reins of the truth and what the unacknowledged aerospace programs and the military were doing behind the backs of everybody. It's now trying to force that into the public light. But as I said, what they're fighting against is a small group of people that have advanced knowledge of very, very, they call it beyond next generation technology. So there's next generation technology, and what they refer to as beyond next generation technology. This is one of the terms very often used in the skunk works. The technology that could take E.T. home, as Rich once put it, one of the heads of the Lockheed Skunk Works. Now, to tie this all back together, what we're trying to say here is that this disclosure is knocking at the door of these people that have kept a secret and very powerful grip on this very important knowledge and technology, and now it's beginning to be pried open by the public, by government officials, and by other brave military personnel that see that when something is unconstitutional, it can't be protected by... If you're using some kind of crime and then making up laws to cover that crime, but that crime in itself is unconstitutional. The Constitution is the prime law of the land, and therefore, a priori, everything about that is just a criminal enterprise. It is not protected, in theory, by the law of the people. It goes off the books, therefore, it suffers a very harsh punishment, is the idea. And This is what seems to be happening now. As David Grush comes forward and Lou Elizondo, we can see that as a big psyop. We can see that these people are very well scripted, and they come with stories, and they say they're part of programs that, apparently the government didn't have, and now they have, and now it's expanded. But at least some of this is tying back into public knowledge. That's one thing we're going to look at this evening, is how the laws have begun to change, and we are now beginning to see a lot more oversight and a lot more accountability. Question mark on the accountability. We'll see. That's the idea. But as the public now tries to get a grip on this secret program that has run away from them, and by public I mean also civilians in government, we have to remember that what they're combating is a very powerful group with very powerful technologies, as I said just now. And so it's not going to be an easy transition. It's not like just, hey, hand over the keys, it doesn't quite work that way, politically speaking. There's going to be friction. And I think we can see a lot of ops coming out our way, like Grush and Elizondo and all of these. But in all of this, there is a grain of truth. And in this grain of truth, there is now more and more building into our public zeitgeist. In other words, in the ken of humanity, we are now beginning to filter out the bull crap, and slowly, as disclosure begins to roll forward, the lies begin to unravel and more clarity comes through. And so when we look at past events, we're now seeing that people that are reaching retirement age and maybe one foot in the grave are beginning to come out and say, look, people are talking about it, so I'm going to talk about it. And, this is declassified and that's declassified. And, what am I holding on to these secrets for? Everybody, this is an open thing. And so now we're starting to see more witnesses coming forward. And that brings us to this congressional hearing that is going to be happening on the 27th. And let's see if we can bring up an article here, because this is from, for example, the House Senate are using their annual defense bills to get the government to share more UFO information. This is from Politico. Let me just make sure that's up on screen for you guys. Now, this article here is basically talking about how it's not just talk anymore. It's not a bunch of politicians talking about if, buts, and maybes, and then, the public is just left to its own devices. It's snowballed into something big enough that now even laws are beginning to take effect. And of course, these things need to be funded, because when there's funding, there's some kind of paper trail. Some official is, doing their job and following the books, hopefully, and creating the reports, and there's a paper trail, and it's more official. And when it's more official, we can have better access. But when you've got this breakaway civilization of people that don't have to file a single piece of paper, they just running this whole technology, reverse engineering, whatever the operations they're doing, completely off the books, then that's a problem. So whilst the NDAA, in my opinion, is problematic, because basically for the United States, this is the mechanism that every president, without fail, when it comes time, will renew it. And in this NDAA, we basically find all the funding for a lot of the military operations. And some of them, as I said, as the military industrial complex has expanded itself, has really gone over certain red lines that for me is an unacceptable loss of freedom, at least politically speaking. Because, for example, now that you've got from 9/11 and after 9/11, the Patriot Act and other things tied into the NDAA, that basically funds a very oppressive system of not only databasing, control, and other forms of systems that are now looking inward on a state, not just at outward adversaries. This powerful technology, as I said, if you use a hammer to build a house, that's great. But if you use it to hit yourself on the head with it, it's going to, do damage. You have to use the technology for good and its intended purpose. If you use it badly, it's going to do bad things. And so the NDAA, for all intents and purposes, as I say, it's got a good side and a bad side. It has been partially piled upon through the years by the military-industrial complex to include a lot more of an expansion to the abilities of the powers of the military and the state. But again, at least it's within the laws and it's on the papers and it's in the books and all those good things. And now attaching the UFO side of this to it gives it the same effect. Think of it this way. It's like the military, the Congress normally needs to declare war. But there is the authorization of military use that the president, through certain, if I'm not mistaken, executive decisions and orders, can use the military to, for example, do a little invasion over here, a little coup over there. It doesn't need Congress. And even though that's a little bit of a defective thing, it's still very visible. We can look at the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, and we have things like WikiLeaks, and we have quite a detailed historicity of that event because it goes through this bureaucratic machine. But when we're talking about these unacknowledged special access black projects that are completely off the books, not a single piece of paper is ever filed because it's all illegal. They're not going to tell anyone because these technologies allow them to create self-funding, and it's powerful. It's a power even higher than the state itself. I mean, imagine if you had a bunch of aerospace dudes who had electrogravitic triangles that can outperform even an F-35 or whatever, bomber that a US carrier might have, or whatever. It's the ambrosia of power for these people, having a technology that supersedes even the United States and the greatest militaries on the planet. So whilst the NDAA is a little bit meh, I'm kind of glad that the UFO thing is at least plugging into it. For better or worse, at least it gives it a bit more of a paper trail, a bit more of a footprint. And you can see from this article from Politico what the Senate wants to do. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senator Mike Rounds have proposed an amendment to the Senate NDAA that would mandate the National Archives to collect and store UAP records across the government. And that's the whole point right there. It's basically that now the records will be more on the government level and not by some cowboys with, a physics degree in alien technology running around doing whatever they want. Let's go a little bit further on this. They say that senators are modeling their proposal of declassifying documents on the UAPs after the release of records from the Kennedy assassination, which requires records to be mandated public within 25 years after enactment of a 1992 law. So, we have talked about this problem many times on this channel, that even now, Biden is still blocking, and even Trump couldn't completely release the Kennedy files. It's been a big problem for the public, at least, and those who feel that there's some deeper truth in that very world-shaping and life-changing event. Not only was it world-changing, but it was very deeply personal for a lot of people. A lot of hopes had been put into this person that was looking to steer the course of the United States into a different kind of a future. And unfortunately, you know how that went. And it's very interesting that they tie this into this law because, as I said, whether it was Trump saying that I've had too much pressure from the CIA and I've seen the documents, and he said to Judge Andrew Napolitano, my apologies, that Judge, if you knew what was in those documents, even you as president probably wouldn't release them. I'm paraphrasing there. It's a problem. Not all the Kennedy documents have come out. Not the stuff relating to the Garrison testimony, and we don't know what Giovannidis had involved in that. But at least some things have come out. And with the UAP stuff, the dribble, the absolute little drips of putrid swamp water that we have to purify and try and distill into some kind of a truth, is at least now creating a crack in the dam, and more information is coming forward. Because for almost 100 years since and before Roswell, people know what they see, people know what they've experienced, and when we look for answers, it's already difficult for the people around you to understand such a break in reality, in normal reality as it were. But it's in every religious textbook, every historical textbook. Every person has had some kind of, not every person, but most people have had some or other strange thing that they've seen in the sky or experienced in some or other way, shape, or form. The phenomena of something other than human activity has been with us for a long time. And when we look for answers to these things, we look amongst ourselves first. And when we don't have the answers, we look to the experts. Now, when the experts are not influenced by the military-industrial complex, they try their best. But ultimately, because the apex sensors and weapon platform systems that surround the Earth, that are in the Earth, that buzz through the atmosphere every day, these terrible weapons of destruction are, as I said, at the apex. Because if you want to fly a jet, well, guess what? Or it doesn't have to be a jet, it can be a plane. If you want to fly anything, try fly it over the White House, see what happens to you. Try fly over the Forbidden Kingdom in China, see what happens to you. Try fly over the Kremlin without listening to the military come in over military comms and telling you that they're scrambling jets, and if you do not immediately obey orders, you will be lit up like a Christmas tree. What I'm trying to point out here with this point is that because we put military matters as the primary and most important, and I'm not saying we as normal people, but as states, as military and sort of political theory goes, a military projection of force is essential to a state, at least in the archaic view of state systems and all of that. And this projection of force means that they must have control. If they do not have control of their skies, of their seas, of their space, then what good are they as a military? How are they able to control situations for the nation's defense? This concept of control, unfortunately, gets a little bit demonized in the military's mind. As I said, the technology of a military should be defensive. But if you use the technology poorly, and the people in it aren't spiritually well aligned, because in essence, if we're well aligned spiritually, we don't even need militaries. You got a dispute with someone, go have a little bit of a punch up, we'll get a referee in there, and after 3 rounds, we'll call a winner, and then on with your lives. If politicians want to have wars, we'll send them. If that's how we would do it if we had a bit more real input in the final say. But we don't always, because again, at the apex are militaries, and with militaries come defense initiatives and security and national strategies, and with that comes secrecy and the highest level of technology. So, a long-winded point that I'm just trying to make here is simply this: that your weapon systems that control the planet and at a hair trigger's breadth will, unleash Armageddon. These weapon systems come first. Everything comes secondary to that. And so when the public want information about what's going on in the skies, and the military says we have no idea, we say to them, okay, well, give us your data. Or we go to the government and say, look, well, this is what we found. Can you sponsor this? Can you give us information about this? Can you help us understand? And then what we've had for the last 100 years is just, no, you're crazy. There's nothing to this, and leave us alone, is what the government and militaries have usually responded to this. Conspiracy theories and off with you, But now, as the public has been able to distill this sewer water, and we're getting a more purified version of what is actually going on, there's only so many times that we can, the military and governments can tell us it's a nothing burger when the public bring forward very detailed accounts and testimonies and evidence. It only goes so far. And now with the internet and the digital age, we're smartening up. And even now, when they're giving us these disclosure kingpins like Grush and Elizondo, we'll take a little bit of it, we'll take it for what it's worth, but we also understand that the psyop can only go so far, and now the snowball's big enough that they're losing control. So interesting things are going to happen. Now, this was the one article just talking about the NDAA being tied to the National Archives collection of UAP information. And I don't want to go too deep into it, but this is the one thing it ends off with here, is the House Oversight Committee is planning to hold a subcommittee hearing later this month, that's the one we're talking about, on this issue. Bircher told reporters on Friday that the one witness had pulled back from testifying due to pressure from the Pentagon, which he quipped couldn't spell UFO. Now, in this great big event, there have been a lot of witnesses that have been going through to Washington to give their official testimony. And that's amazing, because we've had quite a lot of really great disclosure coming through. And one of the things that I found really interesting that I want to bring up in this episode of Storytime is the disclosures that we are getting are often videos that were already released to us in the 90s and early 2000s. So that's what they're using as the material to kind of bring forward to the public. There are a couple of new things, but essentially, the internet has been a wild place over these last many years. So in essence, it's an interesting thing that they are bringing forward older videos that were passed on the internet as just conspiracy theory cool stuff, and now it's beginning to be a little bit more accredited. It's being more thoroughly vetted, and in some cases it's being just a little bit more confirmed. So we'll have a look at some of those, because that's just super interesting. But the NDAA, as I say, having UAP laws embedded in them, overall a good thing. Hopefully we'll just get good information and not have this amnesia effect like with NASA or with the Congress, where they're like, oh, what is a UAP? Oh, are they this? Are they that? Where did they come from? How long have we been studying them? And look at these maneuvers they do. And when in actual fact we've had these from reports going, as I say, back since the 20s, 30s, 40s. The band The Foo Fighters? Well, the Foo Fighters were the flying lights in the aircraft that had to go and chase them. It's weird that sometimes government acts like it doesn't know that it's had freedom of request information's brought against it and disclosed really interesting and informative truths about just not only UAPs in terms of their technology, but in terms of how is humanity thinking about that whole question. Like, assume it's fake, assume it's all fake. When we look at these reports, when we look at these testimonies, when we look at these systems that, in the majestic files and stuff, when you read that sort of stuff, you see, if I had a very powerful government and military, I would expect them to act exactly this way. They'd create secret committees, grab a whole bunch of the most well-versed scientists, check if it would be a threat to get their time frame, and then if it's like, well, they don't really affect us, but the public are a bit of a problem, they're a little bit too curious, they'll be like, well, will a PSYOP fix that? Yeah, okay, good. Just, it's cheaper to just throw money into discrediting the public for 100 years than actually, being forced to talk about it. And that's why I think that the disclosure that we're getting now is because they're being forced to talk about it. Not only are the technologies available in the public side, in the patent side, in the public discourse side, really touching on what is the real essential nature of gravity, what is the real essential nature of intelligence, consciousness. We're looking at artificial general intelligence as maybe another being far superior to us. Talk about aliens, that's going to be the next step, and that's a given. We know we're going to get to that point sooner or later. And so we don't need the government to treat us like children. Absolutely not. We need to have good information, and that's why this big meeting on the 27th hopefully will bring something new to the discussion and will really push forward more truth. Let's hope, crossing fingers. The last article I just want to pull up is this one here, just to show you here. This is more from a democratic angle. But they also hammer home this point that it's modeled around the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act. And for those of you that don't know, because the JFK assassination was such a, forgive my language, shit show, it basically meant that many committees had to happen and still the truth was not super clear, and so eventually people through the courts are forcing the intelligence agencies to release the records. And now they're trying to do the same sort of game with the UAP side of things. So I wish them luck. They're not going to get everything, but better than nothing. And again, humanity and people are super curious. They just don't lie to us and don't deceive us, or in some cases like Paul Benevitz, They destroyed that man, even though he was an ally of the military, helping them in secret projects and things like that. But sometimes when you get too close to the truth, you can be used as a patsy for a counterintelligence operation, just to check the strength of the counterintelligence mechanisms. In other words, he basically just got swallowed whole by the counterintelligence machine. This was a person who worked very close to Kirkland Air Force Base, did work with them, and was read into, some of the deepest sort of secret projects at the base. He had a house right next to it. And they started feeding him misinformation. So much of it that it actually literally drove him mad. He spent the last few years in an asylum on heavy medication and just never able to reconcile reality because of just all the crap that was pushed on him. This is why I say, if people are left to discover the truth like Benevitz did, and that is supported, we'll get to the truth eventually. Just let us do that. But if you know what the truth is and you see us coming towards it, and then instead you steer us into an abyss, that is rather evil in my opinion. So that's been the game of the dirty game, I should say, of the intelligence agencies all this time. But again, this is just another article I just wanted to point out. Just putting that aside for now, the dirty games of intelligence agencies. But this article, as I mentioned, they are now going to be doing this Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Disclosure Act of 2023. And we've actually got this amendment here. Let's pull it up, shall we? Because there's one or two interesting things in there, so let's have a quick look, shall we? Here it is. So this is fresh off the law press of our good friends in the United States. So I'll read a few things here for you. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. It's 64 pages. But basically, this is the amendment that will be voted on and hopefully pushed through. It looks like it's going to go through. It's bipartisan. It seems to be getting a lot of support. And a lot of the Congress people that have seen some of the classified information have really just been like, wow, I don't know if the public's ready for this. And we're going to look at some of that footage tonight, because we again have spotted one of the old videos that we know have been put into these reports. But let's not jump ahead here just too quickly. So this is to provide for the expeditious disclosure of unidentified anomalous phenomena records. In the Senate of the United States, the 118th Congress, in first session, this will be 2226, and the amendment is intended to be proposed by Mark Schumer and a couple of others, Rounds, Rubio, Gillibrand, who again are Congress people that have been completely enraptured and involved now in the UAP mindset and disclosure. In other words, they've been allowed by the military to view certain materials and have certain people to help them ask questions that they don't have access to everything. They need special sessions, they need to apply for certain things, there's need to knows, there's all kinds of things. So they don't have access to everything, but at least they are now interfacing with the military. And again, they don't do that unless the military lets them, and they select certain people to interface with them. But at least now that these senators have seen this mind-blowing information, what it has resulted within the last few months, well, you could say since either 2016 or since 2020. 2018 was also quite important. But 2020 was really when UAP legislature and things began to move forward, Space Force and all these other things. And this piece of legislature, if it gets ratified, would be the unidentified anomalous phenomena disclosure, which would be a law of 2023, commonly would be known as the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023, and it would find and declare the following from the Congress. Records concerning unidentified anomalous phenomena should carry a presumption of immediate disclosure, and all records should be eventually disclosed to enable the public to become fully informed about the history of the federal government's knowledge and involvement surrounding unidentified anomalous phenomena. So, anomalous phenomena is the term they use because not all of these things seem to be craft. Goodness gracious, that word just doesn't come out my mouth very easily. Anomalous phenomena can include things that are even hyperdimensional. Anomalous phenomena can also include things that are not only the craft, but some of the effects that the craft or even the beings create. If you are a follower of another great podcast by Daniel Lists called The Dark Journalist, he comes up with this really interesting term, and he calls it apotheum. Daniel creates this word because when you see man-made craft, yes, they can do all these amazing G-force things and cloaking and whatever else, but the real deal UAPs or the real anomalous phenomena really has a almost mind-bending, physics-defying effect to it that the backward engineered craft don't. So that's why they're using this really broad term here, because not all of these things are just craft. Some of these things are hyperdimensional phenomena, and it also relates to, you know, like if you look at Skinwalker Ranch, there's all kinds of things going on there. Poltergeist activity and portal-like energy fields that they can't understand, and, you know, all of that is anomalous. So, anomalous phenomena, there you go. It's one of the things that they are using as a catch-all phrase in this legislature. In this legislation. So they want the public to be informed, fully informed, they say, of the history of the federal government's knowledge and involvement surrounding unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, this legislation, they say, is necessary because credible evidence and testimony indicates that federal government and unidentified anomalous phenomena records exist that have yet to be declassified or be subject to mandatory declassification review and set forth in executive order such and such and such. In other words, what they're saying there is this thing has had no oversight. So that means that everything that's ever happened has had no declassification date. There's no point in which the public would ever have been informed if we didn't put this law in place. So one of the things that is stonewalled declassification and official disclosure, the hard disclosure as it were, not the soft disclosure where we're not sure, but, you know, the government putting in law, in clear words, what they're studying, what they're funding, what they're trying to do in all of this. One of the stumbling blocks has been that because America shares, and not just America, as you see here, America shares its military and intelligence operations with other countries, it's difficult. How do you compartmentalize such powerful technology even from your allies? And then when your allies maybe do have it and you are collaborating, what is your obligation to their public and them to your public? And so they call this transclassified foreign nuclear information was the broad umbrella that they are now trying to kind of modernize. Because again, when you're sharing weapons technologies, in this case, they're talking about in the old days the nuclear side, you have to have a way of creating declassification for your country that also doesn't affect other countries. And so looking at the way they did this with nuclear records, they're going to try and do a similar kind of thing. And there are some exemptions to all of this, of course. But that stumbling block of, disclosure in one country affecting another has been quite difficult. But hopefully this transclassified information will have better mechanisms for getting it into public view. Now, there's some interesting things here that I want to just mention here. There's some terminology that is actually quite mind-bending. So you have here, in some of the terminology, here we go, this is my first one that is a great favorite. They have non-human intelligence. The term non-human intelligence means any sentient, intelligent, non-human life form, regardless of nature or ultimate origin, that may be presumed responsible for unidentified anomalous phenomena, or of which the federal government has become aware of. So what they're saying there is basically non-human life form, regardless of nature or ultimate origin, may be presumed unidentified anomalous phenomena. It's quite mind-bending that to actually be reading this as a proposed law that will very likely be passed, Well, it's not law yet, it's still a bill, but once it's ratified, to read things like regardless of the ultimate origin of something non-human means that we are in for a very wild ride, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be something that our minds are hopefully going to be malleable enough to incorporate within our daily reality, because it's going to be difficult for daily reality to continue when not only these truths are coming out, but because of these truths, technologies begin shaping and changing our world. And as I say, those forces create friction. When one person wants to go one way with a very powerful technology and some want to go another, all kinds of wheels come off the bus. Luckily, it has 18 of them. So, hopefully it'll get to where it needs to be. So let's read a bit further. Here's the one. Public interest. The term public interest means the compelling interest in the prompt public disclosure of unidentified anomalous phenomena pertaining to records for historical and governmental purposes and for the purposes of fully informing the people of the United States about the history of the federal government's knowledge and involvement surrounding these unidentified anomalous phenomena. So basically they're saying that there is a piece of the law where we acknowledge this thing called the public interest, where its primary job is basically telling the people about the history of the government's knowledge and involvement. Now that's powerful, because when I read that, that means that when a government says we have knowledge of a thing, that's them saying we don't necessarily have involvement in it, but we know about it. But involvement, as I say, is both knowledge and being a part of that action and situation. So when I read the government's knowledge, that just might mean a few things. A, that they are aware of adversaries, possibly with this technology or with this other knowledge. Allies might also be aware of this phenomena, and they might also have knowledge of that. No involvement, but knowledge of it. Or it could be that they have knowledge that third parties, private citizens or institutions or multinational corporations are involved in this sort of history of this thing. And it could also mean, in a certain sense, that they have knowledge that internally they've had these black projects that have been completely AWOL and completely off the books and completely a priori illegal. And they have had knowledge of it, but have not done anything about it. So there is a layer of corruption. And what this layer of corruption, in my opinion, has created is the seal, because government is going to struggle to bring the information forward. They don't have access to it. Now, by government here, I mean civilians, just, elected officials. So they can't get access to the information. B, if they do have access to the information, they don't know if the information that they're being given is really authentic. They don't really always have the expertise, and they can't share the information with other people. And then not only that, but because of the different layers of classification, the other component is that if the militaries don't tell them about certain other projects, they, officials just will flounder in the dark and run around in circles. Simply put, you're going to end up with an uninformed public, because the military can have knowledge of things, and because of their involvement in the corruption, they'll be not so inclined to bring that to the attention of the authorities, of people who are responsible, politicians and legislatures that might actually bring the law upon them. So that layer of corruption seals them into this kind of abysmal darkness of secrecy and keeps that information away from public. So I think when they say the federal government's history and knowledge and involvement in that history, I think that's one of the things that we're going to see, is that they've known about certain things, maybe not been directly involved, but haven't been forthcoming because there is a degree of illegality or some kind of a rotating door that has been to their advantage all this time. And that's the thing with secrecy. If governments can do things behind the public's back, it means that, it's a free party. It's a disco, at least for them. So this was the other important thing. Technologies of unknown origin. This law is also talking about technologies of unknown origins, meaning any material or metamaterials, ejector, crash debris mechanisms, machinery, equipment, assemblies or sub-assemblies, engineering models or processes, damaged or intact aerospace vehicles, and damaged or intact ocean, surface and undersea craft associated with unidentified anomalous phenomena. They also say that, or the incorporating science and technology that lacks prosaic attribution or known means of human manufacture. So they say not only the technology, but they're talking about all kinds of things, the machinery, the mechanisms, intact and damaged aerospace vehicles, and ocean, surface and undersea associated craft. So they're saying we want all of that knowledge. That's some of the technologies that we're talking about in this law. That's the big umbrella there. And even if the technology might seem like we might have it in the public sphere, they also want all the things that may have come from that. In other words, so whatever processes humans have back engineered, they want to not only know the technology, but what humans have manufactured from that technology. I encourage you guys to have a look at this. You got a couple of days because, as I said, the 27th is when all of this will kind of kick off, and people will give testimony, and hearings will be had, and this will be put forward for the members of the U.S. government, and they'll vote on it, and we'll see what happens. I don't think there are quite a lot of very important things in this, but I'm not gonna. I think there was this last one. Disclosure of recovered technologies of unknown origin and biological evidence of non-human intelligence. Here we go. I thought I was missing something. All my marks have suddenly disappeared for some bizarre reason. Anywho. So, it says here, the federal government shall exercise eminent domain over any and all recovered technologies of unknown origin and biological evidence of non-human intelligence that may be controlled by private persons or entities in the interest of the public good. Now, that's good in a way, because at least that's one step closer to, apparently, we the people, the public. But we also have to be careful here, because when the government comes in and says, oh, everything that has anything to do with non-human intelligence that may be controlled by even a private person, well, you're now on our radar, is basically what this law is saying. But in a way, as I say, it's good, because in the spectrum, we were in the complete dark, and so if this is one step to that other end of full truth and openness of a more enlightened society, where we imagine if humans were all telepathic. Imagine if there were no secrets. We went through this in the last story time. Imagine if we knew everything. People wouldn't need all this other crap. Let me just say it that way. We wouldn't need secrets if everybody knew everything. We would just be much better beings, much more enlightened, I would hope. We'd either go crazy and destroy ourselves, or if we got through all that, I think we would eventually come to a place of peace and honesty and understanding and goodness, because that's what moves forward in time and doesn't create self-destruction. But anyways, let me not get into all of that just yet. I did want to say that the whole underlined bombshell in this report here is also talking about the non-human intelligence, biological evidence of it. Biological evidence basically means aliens, non-human beings. We're going to look at some of those. It all sort of ties together in this here StoryTime 19. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've hit about an hour and a half. We're going to be doing about another hour more. And if you've just joined us, welcome. We're going to be putting this up at the Prime Matter podcast on YouTube. If you've missed any sections or want to watch any others, or leave us a message, drop us a comment, any of those kinds of things. But if you've just joined us, as I mentioned, Storytime 19 is about this hard disclosure. Hard disclosure, as I mentioned, we're looking at laws that very imminently in a couple of days might change the complete way that the whole US government works, and might create a sort of blueprint for other countries to begin changing their legislatures. For example, Canada, good old Canada, they follow in the US footsteps. They've also got their own little UAP program called Canada Sky, which I always have a little bit of a chuckle about because the two funny things that always jump out at me there are, one, they are always adamant that they do not keep any photos or video or testimony. They don't want any of that. I mean, if you're running a program trying to discover what's going on there, I mean, you would want first-hand accounts and primary evidence, but nope, they don't. Nope, they're going to study it, and everybody just leave them alone. They're just going to do their thing. And one of the main points of Canada Sky is to avoid conspiracy theories. Good old Trudeau. Gonna make sure you're not a conspiracy theorist with his study of UAPs. But again, this is all following from the US, and the US is breaking the waves, and this could allow many others to follow. So the 27th is going to be quite a big thing for the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Disclosure Act of 2023, crossing fingers that it passes. I'm sure it will. As I said, it is a bipartisan, meaning that it's got support from both Democrats and Republicans. That's why I showed you those two articles. One was a little bit more right-leaning, one was a bit more left-leaning. They're both kind of saying the same thing. And the big shebang, for me at least, is not only am I now seeing it as a law, which for me is disclosure, hard disclosure, not just, oh yeah, we got a task force that are studying some things that we don't understand. It's, we got beings. Now, one of the things that have influenced me in my journey, as I said, I'm just some dude on the internet. I've got a job that does something completely different to this. This is just because of politics and history, something I keep bumping into. And when you start to look into UFOs and ufology and mysteries, megaliths, ancient civilizations, human abilities, remote viewing, telepathy, they're all connected. And I'll show you why. So as we plow into the second half of StoryTime 19, let's see how deep this hole of disclosure really goes, of hard disclosure. Because, as I mentioned, a lot of the stuff that they're disclosing, a lot of the stuff that's coming out in this disclosure that they're disclosing is not only, UFOs, backward engineered technology, it's other beings. I don't know how to put this more succinctly and in a more eloquent and poetic way that it really resonates with the rest of the world. But there is something about another life form. I think I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to look on good old YouTube or just the general internet for animals that see themselves in the mirror. What is absolutely fascinating about this is that some animals have no concept that there's a mirror in front of them. You take a goldfish, you put a mirror there, it sees itself, it thinks it's another goldfish, doesn't seem to have any understanding. But certain animals, something in them lights up when they see another living thing and then even realize that that living thing is themselves. Weirdly enough, one of the smallest ones that I know of is the jumping spider, which is very cute, but spiders are... I enjoy them at a bit of a distance, and but jumping spiders are extremely cute. I love them for the cuteness that they have, but arachnophobia, what can I say? It's kind of built into our lizard brain. Not that I'm terribly arachnophobic, it's just jumping spiders jump. And that's they're very small, and nothing worse than having a little jumping spider on you. They don't do anything, but it's just a weird thing. But the point of a jumping spider, or a dolphin, or an ape, is that when they see themselves in the mirror, there is something interesting that's going on there. Because not only are they realizing that there's another animal, but they realize that, hey, that animal is me. And in that self-reflection, that reflexiveness infers a hint of consciousness. That's my opinion in the matter. There are levels of intelligence that reach a certain level where when an animal sees another animal, it, might act in a very instinctual way, might have very set behaviors. But a lot of the most intelligent animals, when they see not only this mirror that reflects another animal, but that animal is themselves, there is an immediate link, a deep understanding between what they're seeing being not only another animal, but another intelligent life form, because the intelligence is seeing itself. Intelligence is intelligent enough to see, that's me, And that is like the most basic way that I can phrase this next phase of this conversation that I'm going to have with you, because we're going into some deep stuff here. When you see another being, for us, we've always been the most intelligent beings on the planet, as far as we know. And so, we look at the animal kingdom and we're like, yeah, we're the big shots. We do maths and physics and biology and, what do? They just swim and run around and, they might show some general intelligence, but, we're going to space and stuff. But what happens when we meet an intelligence or some kind of something like that? We're all part of the animal kingdom, but something that is one level above us. We're not used to this. There's never been anything that has ascended us biologically, at least, again, to our knowledge. And so I'm making this point very, very squarely, because this next set of clips and articles and discussions I want to go into, we're going to look at one of the videos of an extraterrestrial being undergoing interrogation. And it was one of the videos that were released, in the early 2000s on the internet, when it was still the wild web. And out of all the videos that have come and gone on the internet, this one continues to not only be difficult to debunk, many have tried, but it also captures something very real. Many people that view the video are quite disturbed. It's exactly like if you would see an animal or another human being hurt or forced into some situation that they don't want to be in. It's distressing to see that person be in distress or that other life form. So it's not a... That's why I'm giving it a lot of preface. It's not a fun video. And, many have said, oh, it's fake, animatronics and things like that. Possibly. As I said, I'm no expert. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. But this one video has not only stayed with me for many years and with many other people, and it's been very difficult to debunk, but we now have found out through John Stewart, who did... he is the only civilian to be putting forward a report to the Congress and to be bringing forward information because of this study. The man that brought this forward under the pseudonym Victor is now old, and because of all this disclosure, he's saying, well, it's time, and so he gave the story to the New York Times, and the New York Times said, well, we'll do it when there's enough public interest and there's enough grounding. And now with all this, how much more grounding do you need? And so he phones the New York Times back and says, okay, are you going to run with my story? And they said no. No, because it's problematic. In other words, they're where they thought they could have a green light, some other third-party forces told them it can't be that way just yet. And I think it's because it is, as I said, a disturbing video. It's interrogation. Interrogation is not, it's not a fun thing. Many times it's illegal because we know through studies that interrogation does not bring out truthful information. People under interrogation will tell you anything, and so there's no point to it. There's been very little actionable intelligence ever gained from interrogation, but we do it anyway. It's terrible. So it's not gory, but it's like someone suffering a medical condition. We'll have a look at it now. And let's first start with John Stewart, right? So John Stewart has... wait, first, before we start with anything, I want you to see animals in the mirror, right? I pulled this up and then... we didn't do it, right? So... I'm just gonna pull up a random YouTube video here. Make sure you guys can hear it. Yes, you can. Alright, so this is gonna be from the Seeker YouTube. So shouts to them to check out the whole clip yourself. I'm just gonna talk over it, but you can see in this clip here, basically, one gorilla sort of comes around the corner and goes a bit crazy. Let's see if we can spot a couple of other animals. So they put this big mirror in just nature. And you can see here, what's interesting is the primates very quickly pick up that that's one of them. Primates, the octopi, dolphins, orcas, all from a similar family. Many of them realize that that is a reflection. Many other animals, sometimes dogs, don't. Now, the point I'm just trying to make with that is, again, there's something hardwired in the brain of living things. And when there's a certain level of intelligence and sentience, we have a connection to that. When we can recognize ourselves, we can see ourselves in others. And that brings us straight to John Stewart and his video, because in 2023, as part of this disclosure thing, he's number 200 and something on this list of people that are bringing forward information to the Congress to help get disclosure going and help get the government, the elected officials of the government and the public informed. He's gone on a rung of podcasts and things like that because he hasn't really had the kind of traction he needed from the New York Times. They pulled the plug on him. So he's trying to get the message out in other ways. And recently he was on a really great... it's not a podcast. It's basically a news show called Redacted with Clayton and Natalie Morris. Also highly recommended. They do excellent journalism. So he was on their show and he was being interviewed by Clayton Morris, and he spoke a little bit about this video from 1991 that was released in 1997. My apologies, I think it was 1994, released in 97. All these years later, it's now getting official credence. It's now having some officiality being added to it as the people are coming forward and they're putting names to faces, and the project itself, the base, because they always thought it was Area 51, Groom Lake, but then they said, nope, it's not that area that you think, not S4, it's S2 Alpha. And so more information came out. and the fountainhead has begun to create this wonderful surge of information. Let's have a quick listen to him in this interview he had with Clayton Morris from Redacted, and we'll have a good listen to his story. So let me see where this is. Never find a thing when you need it, when you have so many this and that's. Here we go. All right. So let's bring this up on screen for you guys. So I'll just give you the intro. He's a quirky dude. And John Stewart, by the way, is actually running for congressman in Illinois, for eventually running for US president, just by the way. So that's where he saw this video that we'll be looking at just now. And he's the one that's spearheading this report and the investigation and bringing the information to the Senate and to the government, basically the federal government. So let's hear him in his own words, shall we? Make sure you got the audio.
And I say that not to impress anybody, but to impress upon people. You know, I go to sit down and watch this documentary thinking alien interview. This is going to be like a weird humanoid looking person handing a clipboard over to a general at the Pentagon for a job interview. I mean,
so what he's talking about here is a documentary from 1997. There we go. There we go. So it was footage from 1994 released in a documentary in 1997 that he then saw, and then many years later the paths have crossed of that footage and the UAP disclosure that we currently have ongoing. So let's listen a bit further.
this is how my brain was thinking. And I'm sitting down, and in 30 minutes into this documentary, this footage comes on. It's not professionally done. It doesn't have any cuts. There's people in the foreshadow. This gray alien is bone color, bone, like human bone. It's got round eyes, not almond shaped eyes. You know, if I'm hoaxing a video of a gray alien, it's going to be gray and it's going to have the typical almond eyes. And this bizarre physiological monitor next to the bean that goes up and down and not across the screen. And then Victor, the alleged whistleblower who claimed to have helped smuggle this out of Area 51, that's the way insiders talk of.
That's the way insiders talk about Area 51, not Area 51. But again, this is a section of that Groom Lake complex. They call it S2.
Area 51. And and I had a psychologist tell me that I've probably encountered 10,000 people in my life with wrestling and in the automobile industry and in politics. I've never heard anyone this intelligent in my life, and I don't think a 23-year-old screenwriter in 96 could have made up this script that Victor was talking about.
So, in other words, he's referring to the video that we'll have a look at now, where Victor, being the agent
The
that
vernacular
remained anonymous, well, now he will be possibly involved with the disclosure thing, as is my understanding. I stand corrected, though. But basically, with Victor, he's this Victor character that gave this video to the documentary in 1997. He's linked up with this gentleman here, with Stewart, and so now he's finally got a name that will perhaps remain classified until the government decides to declassify it, but at least to the select committee it might be disclosed, and with other things give credence to the whole video that was then leaked. And so John Stewart, as I said, went on the Redacted show and spoke about this this event and how the New York Times just didn't want to publish his article and his information, his reporting, his study. And we're going to have a look at this video now. I'm not going to delay it too much more, but I do want to make just a little bit of a preface about the whole thing. Just if you believe or don't believe, great. It's still not fun to watch. It is, again, supposed to be an alien being in some kind of a interrogation situation, not too physical, but at some point the being has some kind of a distressful medical situation, and that can obviously be uncomfortable. So I'm just going to say that up front. If you're not sort of for that thing, just be aware of it. But what we're going to do now is look at the documentary called Area 51, The Alien Interview. So this was from 1997. And we're going to have a look at the interview with Victor, and we're then going to have a look at Victor explain the video. We're going to watch the video together with this Victor character. So let me see if I can put that up on screen for you. I think I got the right spot, more or less.
And his real name revealed.
At Coleman. If so, how does Victor fit into the jigsaw puzzle of questionable witnesses to the alien presence at Area 51? Is he a hoaxer, a government dupe, or a frightened whistleblower with the hard evidence to back up his story?
Now, I want to make a few points here. Bob Lazar comes out around this time as well. You know, he comes out in the late 80s, early 90s. His story is beginning to gain traction with George Knapp. He started this way as well. Wanted to be anonymous, was trying to bring forward the information, claiming that, you know, he would be under threat of his life for the information he was bringing forward. And so at first he chose to be anonymous, and then for his own safety he was convinced to come out and give up his name and his anonymity. So I want to just explain why this is significant, because a lot of these videos and whistleblowers are coming out from the 90s and early 2000s. I believe that this is my personal belief, from me just following the story. I think it's because this was during the time when the internet begins picking up high capacity storage. I mean, remember, we had hard drives that were less than a gigabyte that would run Windows 95 or, you know, but at a time when storage capacity got really advanced and optics began increasing in memory capacities and all kinds of things, processing power finally became a lot more useful for the digitization of information. I think a lot of the secret files and records and archived information that was top secret and higher was being digitized. And in that process of people taking that information and systematically trying to capture it in digital form for deeper storage in the future, you know, because if you got papers, you know, the people can just photocopy and come in and out of, you know, a room or something like that. It's not as secure if you got just a file with one master password and complete logs of every data packet that ever comes in and out of a network. It's a lot more secure in its digital form in a certain sense. At least it's archived and stored for much longer in a certain sense. Paper degrades. So I think in this process of digitization, many intelligence officials were able to smuggle out certain kinds of evidence and otherwise classified information. And so that's why I think we're seeing a lot of that stuff now in 2023 being looked at again, and they're saying, well, it hasn't been debunked. We've put it before the committee, and, you know, here's a huge study about why we think this is, you know, worthwhile. So let's listen a little bit more to Victor.
I made it very clear to Victor that his
Let's actually jump a little bit forward here.
What is your occupation at Area 51?
I won't answer that. I have had reason to be present at Area 51, but I'm not going to clarify whether or not I was there as an employee.
Are you saying you were there as a visitor?
I'm not going to specify why or in what capacity I was there, only that I was there.
Can you tell us how many times you were there?
When I agreed to this, my fundamental ground rule was that I would not be asked to divulge personal data that might help pinpoint my identity. If you continue to ask questions that are out of bounds, I won't hesitate to terminate this interview.
And he eventually does terminate the interview for a smidge, and because the interviewer can't grasp how dangerous this is for, and even if this wasn't about aliens, if this was about nuclear secrets, if this was about some secret funding mechanism, if this was about some kind of illegal operation that a government was doing, he would suffer the same kind of threat if he came out with these kinds of secrets. So the interviewer is not grasping also how the intelligence operations work, because if he gives any sources or methods or identifying information, there must be so few people that work in that capacity that if he even says, oh, I was a scientist, well, okay, that narrows the list down to 5. You know, were you a visitor? How many times did you come in and out of the base? This guy's like, you're asking the wrong questions. I'm here to tell you about technologies and aliens, and you're asking me information that can get me killed, you know? So let's move forward, shall we?
Are you saying that the number of times you were present at Area 51 is enough to pinpoint your identity?
Any specifics will narrow the field of suspects. Of course, I could lie. Let's say I've been there 47 times, or anyway more than once.
Let's turn to the tape itself. The copy you've supplied is not the original tape.
No,
Was the original at Area 51 when you copied it?
that's out of bounds.
Is it fair to assume that the copying of tapes at Area 51 is heavily restricted?
You can assume anything you like. I would say that's a fair assumption. That's obvious. I will say that this tape was copied under special circumstances. Otherwise, copying it would have been impossible.
Now, we know from John Stewart's testimony and his reporting now in 2023 that it's very likely that when he says that this was copied under special conditions, it's probably in that transfer of archaic old documents into its digital online version. And the people that were probably responsible for this did the copying, and so he can't divulge how it was copied because that would tell you who was, you know, on that short list. Let's move a bit more forward.
Can you be more specific?
More specific? Okay, I'm sure they've figured this much out already. Recently, there was a wholesale transfer of video documentation from analog tape to digital disk storage. In a couple of instances, this allowed data to leak from a highest security system to a less high security system.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay, well, that was my theory as well. And he's not the first to say this. And it makes sense, right? Like, how many times did I have to take, for example, CDs and, you know, copy everything onto a hard drive because the CDs were degrading, or, you know, birth certificates, you want to scan them so that they're in digital form. But in that whole process, there's sometimes information is a little bit lost or damaged or exposed.
Even so, this particular tape was the only... I think that's about all I'll say about that.
So he was about to say that this tape wasn't the only thing that came out of that area.
There's something about this particular clip that made it more accessible to be copied.
Not necessarily, no.
Was there something about the content that caused them to file it differently or give it special handling?
This interview was terminated.
So again, asking the wrong question, because that can... What the reporter there was trying to ask, in my opinion, was simply, what's so special about this video? Why did this particular video leak out of a secure facility? but he asked it in the wrong way because, again, the guy had to terminate the interview. Is like, you're basically trying to, as it were, finger me, and now, that'll get me killed. Just terminating this interview. But they have a chat and they get back together.
The interview resumed only after a discussion of the ground rules.
Have you personally seen the alien being that appears in the tape?
Yes, I have, but I stress I was not necessarily present at the interview session that appears on the tape. I'm not going to be specific. I may have encountered the being at another time.
What can you tell us about the alien interview we're about to see?
This one is rather recent, very late in the series. The interview process has been ongoing since the being arrived, which was in 1989.
So 1989, the film was apparently done in 1991, released in 94, and this is the disclosure or the documentary in 1997. So basically the being was under custody from 1989 to 91, 92, good number of years.
Approximately twice a month, they sit it down for a session that generally lasts from 3 to 5 hours. If they try to go longer than that, or if they schedule the sessions more frequently, the being becomes unresponsive. There's a fair amount of infighting among the scientists from different disciplines to get their questions asked.
What is the alien revealed?
So I just want to stop there for a second. The interesting thing that he says here basically is the being is basically under duress. It's being squeezed for information. It's an intelligence source to these military people. They don't really care so much for the being's well-being, so much as its ability to respond to questions that they might have. So he's saying that these intelligence agencies and scientists and all kinds of people fighting to get in line to put forward their questions to this being. But if they overextend the being, it becomes unresponsive. And I think that that's what's happening in this particular video, or we'll see just now.
Various minor technical details of the saucers. The physicists and engineers are frankly frustrated. They feel the being is withholding information. Possibly concepts are getting lost because all the information has to come through a telepath. But also it may be that the bulk of their scientific knowledge is just too advanced to be translated into our primitive conceptual framework.
And that is so true because, we'll be looking at Matilda O'Donnell McElroy. She was an Irish lady involved with the military and part of the medical side of things, and she also has a very similar claim. She had the telepathic communication in her case with a being that later she called Ariel, and Ariel was a pilot of one of these UFO craft, and she actually transcribed a lot of the I want to say that the dialogue, but as I said, it was telepathic. They were thought projecting to each other, and we'll look at that in just a bit. So it's going to get interesting. Hang on to your seats. But let's finish listening to Victor here. And again, the other thing I just wanted to mention that Victor sort of stressed here is that they would schedule these sessions once or twice a month for 3 to 5 hours. Any more and the being would start to become unresponsive, which might just mean it's either bored and it doesn't feel like responding, or it just might mean that they're overexerting the being that is maybe not used to our gravity, our food, who knows how it's being interrogated. In fact, often in these kinds of interrogations, to force a subject to be a bit more compliant, they might, give you a little bit of, let's say, scopolamine. Scopolamine is a readily available from quite a lot of plants and things like that, but it's a dissociative. It creates confusion and dissociation in the victim, and not only that, it creates a very powerful effect on the heart. It makes the heart pound in a very hard rhythm. It used to be used to fix arrhythmia. But in this case, it can make a victim feel like their heart is going to explode. And that must be very traumatizing when you're also, unaware of what's going on around you because your mind is dissociated from the senses. And they use that to try and pump information out of people. So we don't actually, when this guy says that the being becomes unresponsive, like, is it just bored, or have they completely squeezed everything they could out of it in every way possible? Let's go a little bit further.
It's analogous to if a human scientist were to try to translate quantum mechanics into the grunts and screeches of a chimpanzee.
That's not a very...
And that's such a huge statement that he makes there. He's saying that the scientists are frustrated. The being isn't giving them the answers that they want. And so some say, oh, the beings are withholding, or the being is withholding information from them. But he stresses as well that it might just be that their technology is so advanced that we don't have the right frame of mind or concepts to even latch onto that understanding. Or it could be the difficulty of trying to interpret the words or the understanding through this telepathic communication. You'll see that McElroy, she says that she felt that the being was always trying to be honest. Obviously, it was an officer, so it didn't, for example, pinpoint the star system it came from, but where it could be open, it was pretty open with her, at least. Women have a much softer touch and a much more telepathic connection to things, and so you'll see that there's a much different flavor to that interview. It's transcripted, I'm afraid, but it'll still give you a different sense. The whole thing here is that whether it's the language of telepathy, whether it's the being trying to be somewhat secure in its knowledge that can be used against other beings of its own race, or whether it's just that the concepts are so wild that we can't even understand them. As he says, it's like trying to explain quantum mechanics using grunts of a chimpanzee. Like, how do you even explain non-locality and entanglement and all kinds of things, going like, ooh, ah, ah, ah. It's like, he's saying that that's the same kind of problem we're facing, that we're the chimpanzees, grunting and hopping on, and this thing understands a much higher science, and it's trying to explain its science in ape. And it's difficult. Don't have all the words for the things we need, possibly.
A flattering comparison.
Frankly, there's a high attrition rate for scientists in the program. You'd think they'd be energized by the challenge, but a lot of them take the ego deflation very hard when they find out not only how much they don't know, but how much they aren't even capable of understanding.
What else has the alien communicated?
So before what else the alien has communicated, I also want to make this other point. He says, a lot of the scientists' egos are often very hardly knocked, because not only is there something that they struggle to understand, but that they might not even have the ability, the analytical capacity to even understand, and the ego just won't allow it, It's the folly of science, in a way. Why people follow it sometimes a little bit too rigorously. Why new science sometimes really has to shake the paradigm before people will accept it. And that's why this episode is also referring to not only hard disclosure, but paradigm shift, because eventually enough information is taken the crack in the dam and bursts through this new channel of information. But the point I wanted to make here is that the scientists with this kind of an ego, there is a spiritual problem there as well. Some will say it's psychological, but I believe, for me, There is some kind of psycho-spiritual component. If you are a scientist that is materialist and has a high ego because you believe you think you know things that other people don't and you deserve it because you're higher than everybody else, you've got a very unaligned spiritual geometry there. And because much of, for example, the communication is telepathic and the technology itself or the phenomena itself might be consciousness based, it's not surprising to me that a scientist with a low vibrational spirituality will struggle to have the right words, concepts, and empathy to exchange that information correctly and always be falling back inside their abyss of their own echo chambers. I know what the truth is. I will understand this, nothing that my maths can't fix and that I am worthy of. No, you were once an amoeba, not all powerful as you think, even as a human. So I thought that was an interesting point to bring forward, that the frustration I feel is also a psycho-spiritual thing for the scientists, because not only can they not understand, but they haven't got the spiritual grace to take that in their stride and see that as a great miracle of creation that they can now go forward and discover and appreciate.
Oddly,
okay, so the rest is all enacted stuff. Because obviously from this documentary they use a lot of actors and a lot of B-roll footage and stuff like that. But I want to actually just go through the video together with you guys, because he narrates over it, and I want to hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Here, exclusively for the first time anywhere, is the uncut, uninterrupted alien interview tape, shown in its entirety in real time.
All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is just, I'm going to give it a little bit of a boost, just so you guys can see it a bit more clearly. All right, I'm not going to do anything more than just give it a little bit more brightness, just so that, because he says in the interview that the area is kept dark for the comfort of the alien. This is the alien being, the EBE, the extraterrestrial biological entity. Now, I'm going to play the full clip. Sorry, let me just put myself back on camera here. I'm going to play the full clip unedited. I'm not going to make any comments. It's about two or so minutes. So if it's silent and then you hear the music from the thing, my apologies. It is a bit eerie, and for those of you only listening, you might just hear this eerie music. So I encourage you to, either find the video yourself or come watch the podcast once it's put up. But again, just before diving in, a few things I want you to try keep your eyes on. The first thing is obviously the being itself. You won't see a lot of facial expressions at all. And even though the eyes are very matte, they're a little bit different to the way, normally we think of these big bug eyes, but these are a little bit more almond-like. And although they don't have the same kind of like eyelids and eyebrows and things that give expression, try see if you can pay attention a little bit closer towards the end when the being goes into distress. There are little muscle twitches around the face of that, like someone choking on something. You can see that there's, even though there's limited muscles in the face, you can still see that there are these little micro movements, which many people have pointed to, that give this whole thing a very lifelike quality. Many people, specialists who are involved in the animatronics industry, have said this is very difficult, even the mouth, even the micro expressions. So although a lot of the time it doesn't seem like it has these facial expressions, try to keep your eye out for them, especially when you see that something starts to happen. And as I said, Victor will be narrating over this, so I'm just going to let that whole thing play. The second thing I just want to point out is you will also see that there is a monitor on the desk, which is interesting because it's not going from side to side like most monitors do. It's going up and down. We now understand through John Stewart that what that is monitoring is an air sac. It hasn't got lungs like we do. This air sac is, what you're seeing there is not the heartbeat, but the breathing pulses of the being through this air system. This interesting biological airway that it has. And the very last thing I want you to try and keep your eye on is also when this being goes into a bit of a state, you can see that the way it's being handled and it's being treated more like a prisoner. I say this because the moment a doctor sees somebody hurt, you try to put the person, you make sure that they are 100% comfortable, do no harm, make sure that the health comes first, and you administer treatment. In this case here, they're slow to the mark. They're just first checking, okay, is it choking? Is there hemorrhaging around the eyes and nose? You know, they don't, it doesn't feel like there's a medical team waiting. This feels more like when a prisoner is being interrogated and they start to act up, all right, we'll come have a look and see, and okay. There's a little bit less care, is I guess the point I'm trying to make here. And that's why it makes the whole video even more heart-wrenching, at least for me, seeing, because, I mean, again, even if this video is fake, which I bring it to your attention because it's one of the long-standing videos that have really stood the test of the debunking throughout the years, 30, 20 or so years, it's heart-wrenching because here is this being in captivity that is not well, that is being forced for human agendas. And when it suffers medically, you can see it's not like, if the president were to collapse, 30 people would be around him, he'd be airlifted immediately. Here you can see it's just like intelligence comes first, So these are the things I'd like you to keep your eyes on. We'll break it down a little bit later, but let's listen to Victor in 1997 breaking this down for us.
You removed the soundtrack from the tape before you turned it over to this program.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're going to watch that again with the commentary from Victor. I just wanted to play that without any interruption first. Before we discuss it, I think you might see some of the things I was talking about, and I'll be interested to also know your thoughts. This isn't a monologue. Half the reason I do StoryTime is to bring forward what I know, which is limited, and learned from other people, and to try and condense it with your help. So it's always interesting to understand this from other people's points of view. So always feel free to drop comments live in the chat or later on the video. I'd love to get your experience of this if you're at this point, before Victor starts to explain what you're looking at there. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. The other thing I just wanted to mention that he doesn't say here, and I thought I'd just interject just looking at the video, you'll see at the bottom there's the letters DNI and a date and a time. The DNI is the Department of National Intelligence. That is the spy agency for the military. You got the CIA, NSA, that's internal, external agency. That's for the government. Then you got the DIA, and that's for the military. So it makes sense that that's where this video would come from. Let's have a listen to part 2.
Can't allow the voices of the project personnel to be heard by the general public. There's a very good chance their family or friends on the outside might recognize them.
Isn't your purpose in releasing this tape to expose Area 51 to the world?
My purpose is to expose the existence of the aliens, not compromise these individuals. I made the decision to come forward. I'm taking precautions to protect my own identity, and I don't think it's fair for me to put these others in danger of exposure.
And this is kind of what I was saying before. Military people swear an oath. They have a certain kind of discipline, a code of conduct that they follow, even if it's misguided and it ends up forcing them into illegal things or killing people or, conquering lands or whatever the case is. There is still a deep systematic ethic to a lot of what they do. And so here as well, he's just trying to tell people, look, there are aliens. This is sort of what we do with them. Here's one of them that you can see very, very clearly. And this is one that I can speak of because I've seen this alien, maybe not in this interview, possibly, but in another interview, I'm personally involved. I can speak from first-hand accounts, and people should be aware of this. Let's listen further to what he says.
In any case, the interview on the tape went nowhere. It was interrupted, as you'll see.
Can you describe for us what we're seeing?
All right, we're looking at the interview suite at S4. It's kept dark for the comfort of the aliens. The figure who is just barely visible in the left foreground is the telepath, and behind the camera is a raked seating area for observers. Although in this case, I believe the only other person present was a military aide. The alien is seated behind a glass partition in a biocontainment area, which is maintained at biosafety level 2, the lowest designation. That's primarily for the protection of the aliens, not us. The theory is that if they were going to infect us with an alien bug, it would have happened 50 years ago. In fact, all the indications are the aliens eliminated microbial and viral life from their own ecosystem long ago. They aren't susceptible to our diseases directly, but it has been shown that microbes can reproduce and form colonies within their respiratory systems, which tends to exacerbate the debilities they seem to suffer anyway in our environment. In fact, you can see here the alien is beginning to flag. The interview was not going well. The telepath was trying to clarify some points from a previous interview, but he wasn't receiving coherent responses. As you can see, the being is in real distress. At this point, the telepath is sending out a message to the medical staff. He's trying to communicate with the alien, but he's getting no response. There's very little he can do. There's no direct connection between his space and the biocontainment area. That's the aide stepping in on the right. The medical staff should be there by now. They're slow in responding. There they are. I have to say the medical personnel at S4 are less than first rate. They tend to be selected for their willingness to keep secrets rather than their medical competence. By the way, he's not shining that light into the eyes. It looks that way, but in fact he's checking for hemorrhaging around the eye sockets and in the nasal cavity. I'm sorry. It's very hard for me to watch this.
And that's basically what I want to point out there. It's like, it must be really difficult for this guy to be experiencing this terrible thing that they're doing to this captured being, far from its home, far from its people. Again, if you don't think that this video is real, fair enough. But there have been so many witness testimonies coming forward where we know that these kinds of things are likely. Think of the movie E.T. by Steven Spielberg. I mean, even in the imagination of just normal people, we know that if the government had half the chance to get its hands on some extraterrestrial technology or being, it would completely take it away in quite a violent way. And so that's why it must be really difficult for this man who's encountered this being to see it being treated this way, or for any person or living organism to be treated this way. We have to think very carefully about what that means. That is what our behavior means for our image to not only ourselves, because really at the end of our day our history is ours, but also how that history projects to other intelligences around the universe. So I can understand how it's very distressing to see this. And let's finish this last section here. There we go. So you can see they're just trying to clear the mouth and the airways. And, you know, I just want to point out that when you see the alien going into distress, look how the ridges on its eyes go wide when it starts to get that choking sensation. Like now it's smooth, you can see it's kind of squinting a bit, and now you see the meat is going crazy, it's frothing a bit, it's shaking. Now you can see the eyes going wide, you can see it gasping, and you can actually see the ridges as the eyes go wide, as the humans lift it up. And you can see they're not being very delicate there. And he makes the point that these humans doing this are not selected for their care or quality or their ethics. They're mostly selected because they can keep a secret. And how sad is that? Later on in this interview, I'm just going to point this out very quick. You know, they look at some of the experts. Oh, sorry, they give the experts this video to look at, and their conclusions are are really interesting. Let's hear this guy.
Personal opinion.
If someone faked this, I don't like these people. I think it's a bad thing for people to do, because if extraterrestrials come here, it's an incredibly important thing to understand who they are and why are they coming here. If this is not faked, I think we've got a glimpse here of a sense of communication with someone who came from a long distance away.
We treated them very, very, very poorly. And I mean, here's one of the other experts. Let's see if I can pick him out here, because they show him the video. Yeah, here we go.
I think you've got yourself a piece of legitimate footage here, and I think you've got your hands on some pretty sensitive material. I don't know how the hell you got this. I don't know who you got it from, and frankly, I don't want to know who you got it from. But you got yourself a tiger by the tail with this footage. I would say, and I know that that's one of the things you ask of me, is that you've got yourself some legitimate footage of one of the little guys being interrogated and filmed. And
you can see he's not having a good time. He saw that information or that video, and he's disturbed as I was the first time I saw it.
there's a reality to it, and there's a sensitivity to it that literally breaks my heart. But I tell you very strongly, you've got something here that is very sensitive. Well, I know that the level of classification on this kind of a thing is so far damned above top secret that you can't imagine how sensitive this kind of thing is, and how delicate it is, and how tightly the government sits on anything like this.
And so, you know, even these people that analyze this footage and say, you know, even if it's fake, there's something dark about this. It's not good. It's not the way we would want to be treated, and so it's weird to see us treat other people that way. In short, disclosure hopefully will make us better stellar ambassadors. Maybe as we try and sharpen our image and display more of our positive qualities to the rest of the galaxy and the universe, perhaps we'll start looking after each other a bit better as a consequence. Or, you know, I feel that's a bit of a two-way street. You can't have one without the other. So, you know, that was really difficult to contemplate and to watch and to understand the level of disregard that the military has for life. To, everyone say it with me, to the hammer, everything is a nail. To the military, therefore, all problems are solved in that way, as the military does. It's a tool of destruction. It's a good thing that now the UAP business is beginning to come out, even though there's still a lot of misinformation and disclosure is still marred in this whole psyop. At least something is coming through. And I want to point out another interview to sort of wrap this up, because that one was quite harsh. You know, it was in some facility, in some dark, dingy bunker, where these beings are part of what Stewart calls the retrieval and interrogation operations. He also dropped some other bombshell, I must say. You know, he was telling us that a lot of these alien operations have been under Operation Majestic and Aquarius. So Majestic is basically the alien stuff, let's say, all the secret scientists and government people and military and private contractors through the years that have kept the secret in the file, the alien technology. And Aquarius is the secret space program, basically, that's using that technology to take the next step to meet this new phenomena. Now, what he tells us, good old John Stewart, is that the big bombshell for me that he dropped on Redacted is that the new allocation for these future programs is no longer Majestic, but SABRE. Now, SABRE is an acronym, and apparently it stands for, and I think I'm going to butcher this, but I think he says it's, a synthetic artificial being or reproduced entity. I think I got the acronym correct. You know what, let's actually hear it in his own words, right? So let me just quickly pull him up here. He mentions this at the end of the redacted.
Who's in the
piece.
know? He's gonna look like he swallowed a peach pit. That is the designation, and I was never told not to tell anybody. And since the top closet with the little 40s that we've been looking at their tissue and so on and so
so here
forth.
we
So
go.
I think that without being disrespectful to our cosmic brothers and sisters, it is kind of old hat. And Clayton, before I leave, I just want to tell you that what no one else has heard, and this was told to me, and I was told that I was one of 3 people in the world that knew this. And I'm telling your viewers that the new, and I don't want any general to do a spit take right now, so I'm gonna everybody put their drinks down. But take this to the bank, folks. The new designation by the faction of the government and civilian contractors in this alien retention program, the Majestic program, Aquarius project, the new designation is SABRE, synthetic astrobiological extraterrestrial races.
Okay, so I didn't get that completely correct. Let's listen to that one more time.
Biological Aquarius project. The new designation is SABRE, synthetic astrobiological extraterrestrial races.
Synthetic astral. That was the word I messed up there. Ha. Okay, so SABRE and what was Aquarius is now going to be, we've found out through bombshell revelations, probably the allocation blue. And again, dark journalist, absolutely doing fantastic work on that designation. So go check out his podcasts and the deep dive that they do on that. So Aquarius becomes blue, Majestic becomes SABRE, and that for me was like a really, really big
You say this
revelation. And remember that John Stewart is the one that ties that video that we just saw from 1997 to 2023. That is now part and package of the information being presented as evidence. And a lot of things there to kind of wrap our heads around, right? This non-human intelligence question is the key word you'll hear in like political writings and law and stuff like that going forward. But basically we're talking about ETs. Now, I want to just stress this point before moving forward, that not all of these intelligences are biological beings. Again, the story here is deeper. One of the big reasons that we had a whole story time, or 2 story times, I guess, dedicated to mind control, and then the second story time about the great abilities that the mind has, is because that brings us a little bit closer to this bigger picture. And we need that because we need to open our minds to these new realities in ways that we have tools in order to organize that information in some kind of a meaningful way. If we're clinging to old understanding, we might not be able to, like the scientists with the deep ego, find a way forward into the new age. And funny enough, we're talking here about how Aquarius has now become blue. Why did they pick Aquarius? Because we're in the age of Aquarius. And the Indigo Kids and the Gen X's and Z's and all of the rest, we're supposed to resonate and move to a higher level of consciousness. Truth is a part of that. Information and awareness, unfolding, becoming a better version of perfection, is part of our journey. And apparently we're at that ascending phase as many things begin to turn in the cosmic world. So a few other things I just also want to touch on here is whether we're talking about biological entities or artificial intelligence or any kind of intelligence smarter than us that is sentient. Whatever becomes of that future, we need to stand tall and have good grounding. So that's why we were looking at remote viewing and stuff like that. In fact, we also looked at Project Stargate, which was a systematic way that the CIA and the military used to achieve deeper states. And I want to explain this because now I want to jump into a second interview with another being. It's more of a transcript, it's much shorter, but I want to try and look at it with better tools. And so in essence, this concept of consciousness being a supreme technology is not so far-fetched. And when we looked in previous in just the last story time at things like technical remote viewing, let me just remind you about why that mechanism is really, really powerful, right? Because so let's just pull it up on screen very, very quick. So this was one of the Gateway Project's freedom of information declassified things that the public now has access to. And we can see here they're talking about the consciousness energy grid as part of their understanding of this. Now, the reason I'm going into this is because we cannot separate our experience of reality and information and energy and technology. They have a dance between them. They have a relationship between them. And that is why life forms are, we don't just have a world of rocks and trees and plants and, empty space. Consciousness and living things seem to prevail and have an ascendancy in the cosmic sense. If you don't believe that, that's fine. You can not believe that. But, I'd want to tell you that many, not only mystery schools and ancient belief systems, but even now in modern times, we have concepts, for example, like, let me just pull this up quick, the Urobos. And this is, in traditional writing, basically a symbol of a cosmic being that eats itself in perpetual creation and destruction. And the cosmic Ouroboros is this. Okay, now this is a little bit esoteric, I'm not going to lie, but there's something interesting about this picture that I'm showing you here. I'd like you to have a look at the left-hand side here, okay? You will see that this is referring to the Planck scale. Planck scale is basically what physics says is the smallest a thing can be. Anything smaller, it's just energy, and anything smaller than that, it's somewhere in the fuzzy matrix of information probability. That's quantum physics for you, more or less, in a nutshell. But what I want to bring your attention to is how humans occupy 1 centimeter, the middle mark at the bottom of this great cosmic circle. What this means is that from our perspective of size, everything smaller is at 10 to the minus 23, the Planck limit, and everything at plus 10 to the 23 is basically like the size of the universe. And humans, maybe not just humans, but life forms, you have a special spot somewhere in the middle between the smallest and the greatest. And that's interesting because on the right-hand side, they also show you how there is that similar thing about the Planck units of a qubit, looking at the event horizon, which is basically saying the same thing about information. We stand at the precipice of the middle mark of the smallest and the greatest points of information that we can, know, because anything past an event horizon, difficult. It becomes a whole other thing that we sometimes struggle to get to. Anyways, all of this is related to the great torus. The universe might be in the shape of some kind of a toroidal field. If you ever put a magnet into some filings, you'll see it makes this beautiful toroidal 2D representation of a cross-section of a toroid. Great stuff. If you really like magnets, I highly recommend to you Theoria Apophasis on YouTube. Ken has some excellent videos about supercells, and he uses this photosensitive paper to show you holographically a 3D representation of a magnetic field of a very powerful magnet. And he explains it in Nikola Tesla's way, Heaviside's way, Steinmetz's way, not this atomistic particle zoo business that we have today. And I really enjoy that and appreciate his metaphysics. He also is very sharp on that. So another channel I recommend to you. We'll try to drop that in the links. So we were just going back to consciousness being somewhat important. And again, if you don't believe in that sort of thing, just remember that for some weird reason, you're right smack bang in the middle of creation, and the great size of things that are huge and the great smallness of things that are in their almost close to infinitely small size, close to the Planck constant. So going back to remote viewing that we looked at in the previous episode, consciousness seems to have a very profound effect not only with the universe, from the universe, but consciousness can maybe use the universe in a certain sense. The act of observation is a form of interference. So we affect the universe with our observation, with our consciousness, with our awareness. And going back to the energy grid, the consciousness stuff that the CIA was looking at with the Gateway Project and remote viewing, I want to just make this point to you because, we were saying that the alien in the video, the EBE, was telepathically communicating with the human across the table. And, even the Victor guy, the pseudonym dude called Victor, he says that the telepath signals to the medical team there's a problem, help them, like they can't really see, they're behind, they're separated from that alien, they can't just jump over the table and help them, they're behind a some kind of a screen or in a different room kind of situation. So how is telepathy working? What is remote viewing actually doing? I'm not going to get into the whole science of it, but two things will maybe blow our minds as we come closer to this UAP disclosure. The first one is the stuff of their technology seems to be about the relationship with consciousness and information. And that use is technology, if you stretch it out into the future. And how they seem to access this is through a substrate medium. Basically, information does not need physical space to communicate. There's this thing called non-locality. Einstein referred to it as spooky action at a distance. Particles can click in and out of reality. And when they click out and back in, they do so quickly that the distance would violate the speed of information and light, respectively. But this non-locality, the Akashic records, the zeitgeist, the cosmic connection of all information coming from its source and having access to its source and returning to the source and recycled by it, that maybe we do have access to. And I want to show you this, maybe not this article here, because this is more about the Gateway Project. But here we go. This was from another declassified technical remote viewing manual. And what I want to bring your attention to is you'll see that this area over here at the bottom, this is basically the data. This is what you want to access. This is what is available everywhere. Everything in the universe is connected in terms of its cause and effect. Its information is linked. History is not forgotten by the universe itself. Information is basically everywhere, irrespective of time, and that's kind of what physics says to us as well. What seems to bring information to our understanding is when you put your attention on it. It's like a light that lights up this or that. Ask yourself this question: is something discovered or is it invented? I like to think that it's kind of discovered. It's there already and you come across it. So the data is everywhere, all the time. It's a field. And what they show you in technical remote viewing are exercises to quiet the mind. And every now and again, what will happen is you'll get this here, a quiet state where something pops out and you're able to see some kind of information. Maybe see is not the right word. Experience is correct. They talk about the telepathy between the viewer or the telepath and the alien being as thought exchange. And a thought, remember, what language is that? I'll give you another example. When we find feral children, these are children that sometimes get abandoned, lost in the wilderness, and they, for years, I don't know, they've been raised by nature, by, I don't know, animals and whatnot. And when we eventually find them in an advanced age where they've skipped all the years where foundational language is usually taught, what language do they speak in? The answer we discover is that whilst they might express themselves in different vocalizations, they talk in the same language we do, which is feeling. And if you don't understand what I mean there, think of it this way. When you have a glass in your hand, and boop, it slips out of your hand, it's about to fall, it's about to break, about to shatter into 1,000 pieces, it's, the glass is dangerous, the liquid needs cleaning up, it's, there's a million thoughts that go through your head. If I had to explain that experience to you, how long would that take? All that goes into that one moment that I feel in that instant as the glass slips. As the glass slips, my instant feeling is all of that in one instant. In a nanosecond, I've experienced all the information necessary about that phenomena. So, feeling is powerful. We ignore it a lot. And, you know, the Gateway Project, it kind of explains that the division between our two brains, the two hemispheres of our brains, I should say, are quite important, because the one side is feeling the world, and the other side is then trying to take what is necessary and bring it to a conscious, linguistical, logical, everyday kind of usage. So that is the big difference between the creative left and the logical right. And that's why under hypnosis, when you regress people, so much more information is recorded in their memories. The brain is recording everything. It's just focusing your attention on what is necessary at the time to, you know, better process without being overwhelmed. And I'm making this whole spiel about consciousness and technical remote viewing to try and explain to you that there is an understanding we have about that consciousness relationship that alien beings might have with us, and us them, or with technologies, or maybe the actual nature of the universe. We are talking about entities that can maybe at will phase in and out of dimensionalities in ways that we can't understand. The only way we can understand that is maybe through a non-physical, non-logical way. We need to use a little bit more of that left side. So, synchronicity is basically what the hemisphere think, hemisync thing is going on with in the Gateway Project. And that's a system to try and get the brain to, whether you are good at remote viewing or not, basically induce those brain states. So check it out. I mean, it's available. Listen to some binaural beats and maybe you'll do better technical remote viewing. You know, the manual is there for us. And again, I wanted to mention all the stuff about technical remote viewing and the quiet state, because we've all known that intuition and these deep states bring us, you know, whether you're Archimedes that suddenly understands, you know, displacement, or whether you're Newton that, boom, suddenly you wake up from the apple and you understand physics, or Einstein, you dream of relativity. These, this information is available to us even outside of the body. We can pull that into us. And that's why telepathy is possible with these alien beings. It's super interesting that way. The last thing we're going to do as we approach the third and final hour of this stream is look at the last interview. And as I mentioned, this is an interview between a female woman, a human female woman, so a human adult female, and an alien that, because they say they are creator being, they more closely identify as what a human calls a woman, and so they select the name Ariel, and you know, they exchange as, in a sense, woman to woman, which has a far different feel than, you know, the crazy interview we saw where the poor alien was probably under scopolamine, being induced for hours and bombarded with questions in an, you know, in military interrogation. So we're going to turn the speed completely around, and I want to bring this now. This is more of an academic paper, because it's quite long. It's very well edited. It's 319 pages. There is very deep, detailed analysis to all of this. Okay, so I'm not going to go through 319 pages of it. But this is basically called Alien Interview, based on personal notes and interview transcripts provided by Matilda O'Donnell McElroy. And she is part of, I suppose, the United Kingdom's military as a high-ranking medical officer that was looking after these beings that crashed and provide them with medical assistance. So what I do want to do is just jump straight to some of the transcripts, right? And the author goes quite a long way to say, I don't quite know what to make of this. Take of it a pinch of salt or whatever you want, but it's an incredible story that feels very human. So, it's interesting. Very human with an extraterrestrial. There's some common link there, right? Life sees itself in its own reflection. Let's bring some of it up on the screen for you guys. So this is 2007, August 12th. And she begins writing this letter back to the author. Now, she says here that I've moved away from Montana, where my husband and I lived for most of my life, to spend our remaining days in a lovely rented upstairs bedroom in a house in the homeland of my husband's family in County Meath in Ireland. I will die not far from the Great Mound at Noworth and Doworth, the fairy mound of darkness. These are sacred cairns, or massive stone structures. They were erected about 3,700 years before the Common Era and engraved with indecipherable hieroglyphs. About the same time as pyramids and other inexplicable stone monuments were being built all over the earth, these are the megaliths, the monolithic structures that to this day we struggle to replicate. And she says, I am also not far from the Hill of Tara, that was once an ancient seat of power in Ireland, where 142 kings are said to have reigned in prehistoric and historic times. In ancient Irish religion and mythology, this was the sacred place of dwelling of the gods, and was the entrance to the other world. Saint Patrick came to Tara to conquer the ancient religion of pagans. He may have surpassed the religious practices in the area, but certainly did not have any impact on the gods who brought these civilizations to Earth. As you will discover when we read the documents enclosed, therefore, this is fitting location for my departure from this unholy world. It is crystal clear perspective of hindsight, which has revealed the higher purpose to me, assisting the survival of the planet, all living beings and life forms in our galaxy. I wanted to read you that passage from her letter because although we're about to jump into her accounts and transcript, you can see here a completely different approach. The military that you saw in the video, looking after, in and it's so bitter the way they call it, the ambassador suite, as if they hosting some kind of foreign dignitary. And instead this person is a prisoner being interrogated. Those kinds of people don't sound like they would care to be closely connected to their gods, closely connected to their lands, closely connected to the nature and overall geometry of life, some place that feels harmonious to them, that has an ancient history that speaks of how wonderful we are as creatures, in the present. So this is the character of the woman that we're talking about here, and I wanted to just give you that before diving in. Again, just to give you that sharp contrast of the goons that, sit in dark bases, doing very unhuman-like things. So let's go forward. So here is an overview and summary of my personal recollections of conversations with the alien craft pilot, whom I came to know by the identity of Ariel, or Ariel. Sorry, my apology. Ariel. I feel that my duty at this time, in the best interests of the citizens of the Earth, is to reveal what I have learned from the interactions with Ariel, or Ariel, during those 6 weeks on the anniversary of her death or departure 60 years ago. And she says death in air quotes, because she learns that the aliens believe in reincarnation. There is a cosmic consciousness. And if you don't understand what they kind of mean by that, think of it this way. If your TV breaks, does the broadcast of your channels stop? If your internet fiber modem stops working, does YouTube cease to exist? No. Consciousness is a part of the fundamental substrate we see. So, I find that super interesting. Let's go a little bit forward. Now, so, one thing I'm just going to talk about here is she talks about the domain. This is a very interesting term, talking about the parts of the universe that are openly explored. And when we talk about Space Force now, they are using this similar kind of language. And she says here, by the end of our interview sessions, and increasingly since then, I've become more comfortable with the telepathic communication. I've become more adept at my understanding of Ariel's thoughts. Ariel's thoughts as though they were my own. Somehow her thoughts have become my thoughts. Her emotions are my emotions. However, this is limited by her willingness and intention to share her own personal universe with me. So again, it's such a high level of communication. I was joking earlier about how it would be funny if everyone was just telepathic and knew all the secrets of everyone all the time. Like we said in remote viewing, Targ mentions that if you keep a dark secret very, very tightly, it shines very brightly to psychics. So imagine, we're joking, but here we are saying, well, try out some technical remote viewing, and then maybe if this was a standard practice in school, maybe we would all be a lot more communicative as twins are, just empathetically and psycho-spiritually. Now, she's able to be selective about what to communicate and what I'm allowed to receive from her. Likewise, her experience, training, education, relationship, and purposes are uniquely her own. This is the symbol of the domain. The domain is a race or civilization which Ariel, the alien I interviewed, is an officer, pilot, and engineer serving in the domain expeditionary force. Expeditionary force, that's what Space Force is now using. The symbol represents the origin and unlimited boundary of the known universe, uniting and integrating into the vast civilization under the control of the domain. It sounds like Star Trek, basically. The Federation and all kinds of things. And we've looked at in previous story times how even the former head of the Israeli Missile Defense System and Space Organization, like, Trump knows about the aliens, and they made, the Americans made deals and all those kinds of things. Mind-blowing stuff is coming ahead, whether that's true or not, it's possible. It's more tangible now than ever. Lastly, she says, mankind needs to know the answers to the questions which are contained in these documents. Who are we? Where did we come from? What is our purpose on Earth? Is mankind alone in this universe? If there is intelligent life elsewhere, why have they not contacted us? It is vital that people understand the devastating consequences to our spiritual and physical survival if we fail to take effective action to undo the long-standing and pervasive effects of alien intervention on Earth. Perhaps the information in these documents will serve as a stepping stone. So may God bless and keep you all, she says. Miss Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, Senior Master Sergeant, Women's Army Air Force Medical Corporation, retired. So now we can get into the transcripts, but I wanted to mention that because you can already hear that she's talking about how to position humanity more correctly to be part of the Cosmic Brotherhood. Now, again, it's a little bit too Star Trek-y for me, but is maybe Star Trek a little bit to the domain and, you know, the Earth initiative that exists beyond our our planet with all these other civilizations. You know, the concept is palpable. We have to be thinking about this, and you can see that she's very earnest in trying to bring truth to humanity so that we can stand tall. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into the interview here. So this was labeled top secret, and is one of the things that have been declassified. This is now 1947, just by the way. Official transcript of the U.S. Army Air Force Roswell Army Airfield, 509th Bomb Group. If this 509th Bomb Group doesn't ring any bells, let me just remind you that Jesse Marcel was the intelligence official that you saw with holding the bits and pieces of the weather balloon, saying, you know, at the photo op, well, not him, but the, oh, look, here's the weather balloon, it's just swamp gas, it's just, you know, not a craft at Roswell. And then later on in life, you know, he came forward. He even did a thing on the History Channel where he said, you know, actually, they swapped that material out. I worked on deep projects, and I knew all the materials at the time that were top secret. And it's nothing that was ours. And, you know, so he only came out with that much, much later in his life. And the 509th Bomber Division that was involved with Marcel and the Roswell incident was also part of our good friend Eric von Herk. And if you don't know who he is, he's the head of NORAD and Northcom. He's been in our story times quite a few times because if continuation of government ever had to kick in, General von Herk would basically be our he would be the Western commander, and all constitutions would basically be suspended for, you know, those under the umbrella of the American military. And now Gillot is going to be replacing him. But yeah, here he is, US Northcom. So that is General von Herk, and he's also got a background in the... Sorry, his name's Glenn. I called him Eric, my apologies. Glenn von Herk. He's also got a background in the 509th Bomb Division, right? So, you know, ain't that something? As these secrets begin to verify themselves over time, and it's speeding up. But let's jump into the interview. So subject is the alien interview on the 9th of the 7th. Now, the Americans mix those two around, so I'm assuming that's the 7th of September, 1947. Question, she asks. Now, this is all telepathic. She asks, are you injured? Answer, no. What medical assistance do you require? Answer, none. Do you need food or water, other assistance? Answer, no. Question. Do you have any special environmental needs, such as air temperature, atmospheric chemical content, air pressure, or waste elimination? Answer, no, I am not a biological being. Now think back to Saber, to the synthetic, astral, biological entity, you know, acronym that they have for something that's not quite just simply biological. Question, does your body or spacecraft carry any germs or contamination that may be harmful to humans or other Earth life forms? No germs in space. Does your government know you're here? Answer, no, not at this time. Are others looking for you or going to come looking for you? Answer, yes. Question, what is your weapons capability of your people? Answer, very destructive. Now she quotes here, I did not understand the exact nature of the kind of arms or weapons that they might have, but I did not feel that these were malevolent intention in the reply, just as a statement of fact. Question, why did your spacecraft crash? Answer, it was struck by an electrical discharge from the atmosphere which caused us to lose control. Question, why did your spacecraft come into the area? Answer, investigation of, for difficult translation, burning clouds, possibly referring to radiation or explosives. She, sounded footnotes there. Question, how does your spacecraft fly? Answer, it is controlled through the mind. It responds through thought commands. Now, aren't you glad that we had all that preamble and preface and many episodes prior about mystery schools and telekinesis and all of that, because now it starts to make sense, doesn't it? So she says, or prefaces here, mind or thought command are the only English language words I can think of to describe the thought. Their bodies, I think, the spacecraft, are connected to them through some kind of electrical nervous system that they control with their own thoughts, she thinks to herself, or footnotes here. And think about that. She's saying that the craft and the being are connected in some way. And, if any of you ever saw the very old 90s series called Lex, the Lex, which was this giant dragonfly in space that was a spaceship, it was a living creature. It could destroy planets and all kinds of things, but it was alive, it was a creature. Many sci-fi stories have looked at this weird balance between, is it a gaseous electrical field or does it have a consciousness? Very, very interesting questions there. And we also have accounts that tell us that the craft behave like they have some kind of awareness associated with them. And that makes sense. If they become one, then yeah, I'll buy it. Moving forward. How do your people communicate with each other? Answer, thought or mind thought. The words mind and thought combined together are the closest English words I can think of to describe the idea at this time. However, it is very obvious to me that they communicate directly from the mind, just as she's communicating with me. So again, like the feral children, what do they speak in? They don't speak a language, they speak in experience, in feelings, and just that's communicated telepathically through the mind. Do you have a written language or symbols for communication? Answer, yes. What planet are you from? Answer, the home, birthplace world of the domain. Now, she basically says here that she gets some concepts of this realm or territory and all of that. She doesn't think that it's a lie, but she does go on further to say she doesn't feel it's pinpointed because obviously this person doesn't want to give away vital intelligence. So she gives more of a, I'm part of the Federation in this home world we call, the birthplace world. It's like very generic. Will your government send representatives to meet with our leaders? Answer, no. Answer, what are your intentions concerning Earth? Answer, preserve and protect property of the domain. Question, what have you learnt about Earth governments and military installations? Answer, poor, small, want to destroy planet. Interesting, isn't that? Question, why haven't your people made your existence known to the people of Earth? Answer, we watch, observe, no contact. It's like the prime directive in Star Trek, right? I got the impression that this contact with people on Earth was not permitted, but I could not think of a word or idea that communicated the impression I got exactly. And again, I think the prime objective is a very key concept in this idea. You kind of let live until, you know, they either start setting off nukes and creating a problem, or they're ascending to a point where they can be a peaceful cohabitant of a bigger community. Question: Have your people visited Earth's? Have your people visited Earth previously? Answer: periodic with repeating observations. How long have you known about Earth? Answer: long before humans. I'm not sure if the word prehistoric would be more accurate, but it was definitely a very long period of time before human beings evolved. What do you know about the history of Earth? Answer: small interest / attention, small time. In other words, that the Earth hasn't been around very long, you know, so not that much interest. The answer to this question seemed very vague to me. However, I perceived that the interest in Earth's history is not very strong, or that she did not pay much attention to it, or maybe, I don't know, I didn't really get an answer to the question. Can you describe your homeworld to us? Place of civilization, culture, history, larger planet, wealth, resources always, order, power, knowledge, and wisdom. 2 stars, 3 moons. What is the state of development of your civilization? Ancient, trillions of years, always, above all others, plan, schedule, progress, win, high goals, ideas. I use the number of trillions, she says in her footnote, because I'm sure that there is a meaning that of a larger number with many billions. The idea of the length of time she was communicating was maybe beyond me. It's maybe really closer to the idea of infinity in terms of Earth years, perhaps. She asks then, do you believe in God? Answer: we think it is, make it continue, always. She footnotes, I am sure the alien beings do not understand the concept of God or worship as we do. I assume the people in her civilizations were all atheists. My impression was that they think very highly of themselves and are very prideful indeed. But that's not what I interpret there. I'm just going to interject here my own thoughts, because we think it is, speaking of God, make it continue, always. So maybe she is misinterpreting. You know, we've spoken about some of the mystery school ideas, ancient Eastern traditions of God not being a being that creates, but is creation itself. We use this example of God is like the book. It records all the things. It is, I don't want to say a machine, because there is a divine intelligence and infinite complexity within that amazing creation. But it requires that second piece to experience it. You know, it's like having an engine with no fuel in it is kind of pointless. The engine wants fuel to make everything turn, and we are the fuel. We are the pen, the creations that, you know, turn the wheels of creation. So I think here when she's maybe saying that they are atheist, I wonder if that's true, or if she's maybe just misinterpreting this concept that God is an almighty, all-pervasive system. It's maybe not like a man on a chair that must be worshipped. It's just everything, and that is the thing that is making everything continue always. It is the sole creator of infinity. It is what makes creation always be. And we've spoken about this many times, and you see this in a simple physics experiment, where if you take even the most perfect vacuum, it just can never be perfect, because there's always these little bits of energy clicking in and out. There's always some information, even in a perfect vacuum, where there should be nothing there. So I wonder if her interpretation there is maybe a bit skewed because of her own ideas on feelings, because again, this is a dialogue, it's a dialectic between these two. And she goes on further. What type of society do you have? Answer: order, power, future, always, control, grow. Very systematic it sounds, doesn't it? The closest words I could use to describe this idea she had about her own society or civilization were these. Her emotion when communicating her response to these questions became very intense, very bright and empathetic as well. Her thoughts were filled with an emotion that gave me a feeling of jubilation or joy, but it made me a little bit nervous as well. And you know, that could just be like also brainwashing, like you're also jubilant and like, yes, great leader will lead us into the future, we are all powerful. Whoa, you know, that's, she's just like, well, that's interesting rhetoric. I've heard a man called Adolf make similar prideful comments that way. So, are there other intelligent life forms besides ourselves in the universe? Answer: everywhere. We are greatest though, highest of all. So there again, she gets that prideful sensation. Due to her small stature, I'm sure she didn't mean the tallest or biggest. Again, her prideful nature showed through the feeling I received from her. And, you know, that was one of the interviews. There's one little section more I'm going to bring to your attention, but how interesting is this transcript, right? The kind of exchanges we're getting here feel a lot more real to me than that you would get between beings of very different levels struggling to communicate, and a person very earnestly trying to convince the language that she has available to comply with this experience of thought that she's having, and to try and outline the meaning coming through. Now, I also found it very interesting, you know, like these, for some people, would be great revelations. The CIA would very quickly, like, you know, try and keep this from us, because we've seen in the past that one of their concerns were what would happen to religious people if suddenly you had a very advanced, intelligent race of beings that tell you that, no, it's not quite this god or that image or that religion, or it's this other thing, this other system, this other understanding, this other complexity. Would that create wars? Would that create human upheaval? And my belief, I'm going to just been interjecting my own thoughts in this little commentary quite a bit this evening, but what I want to just say is that people are going to be people. Some will, if they do not have good grounding, react harshly, and they would react harshly with any big news. You know, it's like when a 17-year-old just figures out, oh my god, I've got my girlfriend pregnant, like also shock and just amazement and horror and sublime, just all the feelings at once, like, you know, and the reactions are sometimes wild. Just, you know, you might catch them running down the street like 6 kilometers because they just it's such a big concept, and if you don't have a good footing to put all that information in its right place and have a good system and good surrounding of people around you, it's super difficult to stretch your limited horizon that far, that quickly. So disclosure, you know, some will say, oh, they've been trying to do, the legacy system has been trying to do a very slow disclosure over time, and that failed, and now the new system is very fast. They want reports, they want laws changed, you know, they want all this other stuff. But I think at the end of the day, it's tackling the problem from the wrong end. What we're saying here is, look at how mental alignment, spiritual alignment is more powerful in our communication and interaction with these beings than any technology. All the technology is useless if the consciousnesses are not linked. And if you look at someone like Stephen Greer, he's got the CE5 protocols. He's literally if you want, you can go download an app and follow these basically guided meditation, awareness channeling exercises to try and communicate. And what you're doing there is trying to be a good ambassador. You're trying to communicate feelings of wanting to be curious, and that there is no ill intention, and that those trying to shoot you down and put you in bunkers are not the actual representation of humanity, and just ask for like a peaceful exchange in that telepathic, maybe some other kind of bio-psychic feedback mechanism. I don't know. The system is not clear, but it definitely is. There's a definite deepness to human consciousness that we're beginning to reignite again. And again, technical remote viewing, some CE5 from Stephen Greer, a bit of meditation and all of those good things. And let me know. Drop me an email, theprimematterpodcast@gmail.com. Let me know what your experiences are. We'll trade stories. So that's why consciousness is such a deep thing, in this interview I feel is more real. I mean, even again, if it's just someone's imagination, it feels like more of what I would simulate the actual exchange to be between these different leveled intelligences that are trying to somehow connect with one another, you know, and that they might have their own problems and their own races and their own egos that get in the way, and you know, all these kinds of things. It's fascinating. So look, let's close this up here. There's been a lot of information that I think we kind of have to go and dwell on and see what happens during the week at this UAP law passing, if it happens or not, or whatever. So what I am going to finish with is some final thoughts, and this one of the end pieces of the footnotes between this lady that's you know, she it's actually amazing. There's like a whole timeline that she'll go through and stuff like that. But what I do want to finish off with is gives us final letter to the person that's journaling all of her experiences and the transcripts and all of that, and you know, going into this deep analysis. And I thought that would be like a really good way to close this off, you know. So just whilst I'm locating that, I do also want to mention that, you know, when we have also in the past had very prominent people like Nikola Tesla and Marconi and many others have said that they've had experiences that they can't explain, with phenomena that feels like it comes from another world, and that sometimes that information exchange can bring great leaps, like in Tesla's case. So, you know, shooting these things down and acting like bullies is not the way to go forward. Instead, trying to find some kind of peaceful exchange. Like, I mean, obviously you shouldn't just have no doors and windows and walls. You have to be able to handle yourself, you know. But that doesn't mean that you need to be the aggressor at any moment with these kinds of beings. Now, the thing I want to just end off with here is this final, just one of the two things on the final letter exchanged. It was in an envelope marked to read me last, together with the original letter and the transcripts and all of this. This is what was given by McElroy to the researcher. And she says here, the other documents in this envelope are at the end of the story. As far as what has happened back in 1947, however, several months after the government got me settled at my final relocation destination, I continued my communication with Ariel, my apologies, on a regular basis. So, it has been almost exactly 40 years since the crash at Roswell. Since then, it has become obvious to me that I have been able to communicate telepathically with Ariel for one reason. I am one of the 30,000 members of the Lost Battalion. At this time, all of the members of the Lost Battalion have been located on Earth as a result of the Domain Anunnaki mission and their use of the Tree of Life detection device. So, I'll explain this in just a moment. Let me go forward. Throughout the communication with Ariel, I've recovered some of the memory of lives I've spent on Earth over the past 8,000 years. Most of these memories are not especially important compared to the long backtrack of events, but it has been necessary as a stepping stone to regain my awareness and ability as an ISBE. And I don't know exactly what that means, but biological entity will be the BE part. She also goes forward to say, I can also remember the dim patches of my life in the Domain Expeditionary Force. I was a nurse there too. For the most part, I have been a nurse over and over and over again, down through the ages. I stick with being a nurse because of its familiarity to me, and I enjoy the work of helping people as well as the members of the race of biological beings in the domain, whose bodies look more like insects than mammals, especially their hands. Even dull bodies need some repair once in a while too. A few interesting things there. Remember Sarbacher was one of the people that told us, well, yeah, no, Vannevar Bush was one of the people working on Majestic, and I saw one of these EBEs and they were kind of insectoid, and I think it was because, or I think they were insectoid-like because that's what helped them with high G maneuvers. So, interesting that this was mentioned also in this final letter here by McElroy. And, she also is talking about reincarnation in many lifetimes. Remember, in the last episode of Storytime, we spoke about Edgar Cayce, and although he was a devout Christian Sunday school teacher, when he started to regress and access what Steiner called the Akashic records and theosophy, he could access previous lives, past and present. Time was a little bit more fluid, as physics kind of says. Sometimes when a physics result comes with a zero, they just put a plus on there, like, yeah, time doesn't go backwards for us, so we'll just consider it always forwards. But sometimes you get negative answers as well. Now, she says here, as I remember more about my past, I realize that the rest of my life is in the future. Eternity is not just the past, eternity is in the future. At this point, I'm still not able to fully return to the domain. I'm sentenced to eternal imprisonment, like all of the ISBEs in the living hell called Earth, until we can disable the old Empire force screens. Because I won't keep my biological body much longer now, I am intensely aware that very soon I will be recycled through the amnesia process of the old Empire and stuck back into another baby body to start all over again without any memory of what went on before. As you know, the members of the Domain Expeditionary Force have been working to solve this problem for thousands of years. Ariel says that even though the Domain has located all of the Lost Battalion officers and crews, the successes of freeing them depends on the ISBEs who are already stuck on Earth. The Domain Central Command cannot authorize any personnel or resources, especially at this time, to conduct a rescue mission, as this is not in the primary mission of the Domain Expeditionary Force of this galaxy. So, if ISBEs on Earth are going to escape from this prison, it will have to be an inside job, so to speak. The inmates will have to figure out how to get themselves out. Various methods of recovering the memory and ability of ISBEs have been developed over the past 10,000 years on Earth, but none have proven to be consistently effective so far. Errol mentioned that the most significant breakthrough was made by Gautama Saditra about 2,500 years ago. And if you don't know, that's the first person who was given the title of Buddha. However, the original teachings and the techniques taught by the Buddha have been altered or lost over the millennia since then. The practical techniques of the philosophy were perverted into robotic religious rituals by the priests as self-serving instruments of control or slavery. However, another major advance occurred recently. An acquaintance of the commanding officer of the Domain Expeditionary Force space station is an ISBE who had once been an important engineer officer of the old Empire space fleet. He became untouchable himself about 10,000 years ago and was sentenced to Earth for leading a mutiny against an oppressive regime of the old Empire. The engineer was trained in advanced scientific improvisation theory thousands of years ago. This man has applied this expertise to helping the Domain solve the apparently unsolvable problem of rescuing members of the Lost Battalion. And she says that their research revealed that an ISBE can occupy and operate more than one body at one time, a fact that previously was thought to be uniquely limited to officers of the Domain. One example of this fact is that the engineering in a previous lifetime of Earth was Suleiman the Magnificent, and basically she goes on forward. But basically what she's saying is, even though people are reincarnating and forgetting what they are cosmically, there is a way that as society begins to evolve as well, they have better connections to each other and can guide the society to achieve this overall goal of taking away this old, what do they call it? The old domain suppression that stops them from being fully able to reincarnate in other parts of the galaxy. Kind of like the Earth itself has these cells that regenerate and, you know, have to serve their function before metamorphosis can happen. Very interesting kind of concept. But she says, just towards the end here, people must find out about the old Empire amnesia, the hypothesis operation. They must remember their own past lives. The only way this will ever happen is to communicate, coordinate, and then fly back. To tell other people, they have to discuss it openly and with each other. Communication is the only effective weapon against secrecy and oppression. Okay. So now it is a little bit iffy all over the place. Remember, this person's like towards the end of their life and they're putting this final project all together, and this is the final closing letter. So it's very personal and intimate, and it is very much endowed with that person's own beliefs and experiences. So again, take this for what you will. But the things I'm pointing out in this letter have lots of examples, and so I'm pointing them out so maybe they might make this echo back to you in other cases, in other studies, in other perhaps personal experiences that you might have had. So she says here, for now we can begin with our own release and rescue with words. We can be free again. We can be ourselves again. Perhaps I will meet you in person, without or with the body, somewhere in the eternal future. Good luck to all of you. Matilda O'Donnelly McElroy. And this concept of maybe we will meet somewhere in the eternal future, what resonated with me is the final thing I'm going to mention here in this episode of Storytime, and what I'm going to close on. Because the story of these beings, who are they, where are they from, and just information being out of time, in a sense. Time is forward and back, and so what is influencing what here? What are these beings? What is our connection to them? Why do we have this telepathic link? In this case, McElroy says she has a telepathic link because she is Anunnaki. She has this connection to the domain because she was ancestrally linked to this expeditionary force that once came here. And what really jumped out at me was it made me think of Tate Credo Mutua. Credo Mutua, sorry, my apologies. Now, Baba Credo is one of our, in Southern Africa, one of our very highly revered and extremely deeply knowledgeable and capable seers. He's not what many people call here a witch doctor, Sangoma. He is more than that. He carries knowledge with him. He has other responsibilities and tools of communicating with the ancestors, with his culture, with the knowledge of his people and stuff like that. Unfortunately, we lost him in the 2000s. He was old at that point. But Baba Credo was actually on many videos and books, and he's spoken to Michael Tellinger, he's spoken to David Icke, he's spoken to a lot of really prominent people that have gone on to speak about these links between the Anunnaki and our current, let's call it civilization or race of hominoids, Homo sapiens sapiens. But a lot of the ancient texts, even the African ones, not even as if they're some, second class thing, but even in the sense of like most people don't even know that the Africans have a vast knowledge of many beings that have come from other places, not just physical beings, but spiritual and mechanical beings. Funny, like hearing a Zulu shaman tell you about some of the beings, the Nomo, how some of them are mechanical because they don't like our atmosphere, so they, they completely covered in like a suit, But he talks about one specific race, and actually, let me get the video because I'm sure I've got it, and I'm sure it'll be easy to find because I just have one of it. And let's listen to Baba Credo Mutua tell us about this final race because, as McElroy mentioned, this connection to the Anunnaki, which is basically the story of the Sumerian idea of these gods that came and seeded the earth, genetically changing us so that we could be more greatly endowed with awareness and intelligence, not only to work for them and be slaves and whatever, but also to have eventually our own freedom after the great floods and deluge and all of that. The story is mirrored in so many religions. So this link is important, and I'm trying to highlight it here because the genetic link is also a vibrant story here in Southern Africa. And even in the Bible it says that the Elohim came down and saw that the daughters of men were fair and they were able to have children with them. Now in biology, if you're not of the same species, or you don't have a common enough ancestry, you can't, you get a mule, you get a sterile offspring. You only produce offspring that can produce offspring if you are more closely related. Kind of like, you get different dogs, but the dog can be mixed and produce offspring and mix into other dogs, and that's how we get like bulldogs and other, cute but abominable abominations of nature. I love them, the pugs and the whatnot. But let's listen to Baba Credo. He really has just a fantastic story to tell here about this final group of humans that may actually be our ancestors. And the important thing I wanted to point out here, just to tie this all in a neat bow, is that he says that these are our forefathers. These are our future ancestors that have come back. And they come back with anger and malice and emptiness because of how we've acted now has destroyed them in the future. So they've come back and they don't have the softness that we do. And if you struggle to understand that, or if you want to put that in slightly more grounded terms, think about if we really destroyed the climate, if we went full nuclear war, nuclear winter for scores of years, destroyed all biological life and just became shadows of what we once were in some kind of terrible Mad Max world. If you took those children of children of children of children of yours in that future, in that terrible, terrible, desolate future where they lost all living things, 99.9% of them, and you brought them back and they got to stare you in the face, I don't think they'd be happy with you. I don't think they would respect the decisions that you made at this time, and so they might also not have the right tools to be better people that might try find reconciliation. In fact, if you force people for many years into survival, they'll be closer to those kinds of emotions than higher vibrational ideas of peace and finding grounding and solace. Instead, they might just go absolutely crazy and just, this is what Credo says to us. Let's have a listen. I hope I've got the right place here. Let's have a quick scan. So I just, as I scan through this, let me just start here. He talks about like all these different beings. I mean, look, he's got these statues of all of them, right? The Momo, Nomo, and he also talks about how there's also like blue-eyed, blonde-haired, tall, white aliens. And in fact, he goes to say when the Africans first met Caucasian Homo sapiens sapiens, humans like them, just pigmented whites, they thought that they were gods. They gave them this umlungu, that the etymology, that lungu, comes from other words used in Africa like zungu and stuff, but those references come from alien gods, alien visitors, gods in air quotes. So you can see him here as we go through this video. He holds up different statues of different beings that have come here throughout the times, and I highly recommend you watch this interview with him. He also explains that some of these beings have been with us since the times of the dinosaurs, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Here he talks about the robotic beings. For the African people, it's not, now we're talking about saber and synthetic beings and whatever. The African people have had a deep knowledge that goes back much longer than we've been able to record history, and that's why they've been using folklore and stories and their ancestral powers and roots to keep that information. So I'm just trying to find our common ancestor. You see Drew, nice picture of them there. Let's see here. Let's listen.
Unlaced. It was as if some force had sucked me out of both my boots and socks.
He was abducted, by the way.
Tens, not thousands of years. But as
there we go. All right, buckle yourselves in. We're about to end off story time with a handbrake turn, 360 half pike backflip dive.
Where logically they should be covered from head to foot. These creatures...
So let me just back up just a smidge. What he's saying there is that all the other creatures were covered or had vehicles. These ones that he's referring to, strange. They don't need... They can breathe out air. They don't wear helmets. They don't wear gloves. They can be in our atmosphere, and they seem comfortable, right?
As if they own it. A metal of some kind. So is the ngadla here.
Oh, that's also the metal one? Sorry, my apologies.
The story is different. Mantindanes have been seen out in the open many times. Their heads completely bare and their hands bare to the wrist, completely unprotected by any material or metal whatsoever. These creatures walk through our world as if they own it. A world in which there are so many poisonous substances. You will find Mantindanes bareheaded, their hands completely uncovered, in a world where logically they should be covered from head to foot.
So basically he was saying there is the other extraterrestrial beings that have visited our planet, they don't seem comfortable. They don't come here and act like they've, hey honey, I'm home, this is my place, I'm comfortable in my home. He's saying the others were visitors, but these ones were different. They are in the open. They show themselves to us. You remember the story of the Rua incident at the aerial school in Zimbabwe. There as well, the children saw these kinds of beings that had this telepathic imagery, thought exchange with some of the children, and gave them images about what they were doing to the planet. And some of them were not pleasant images because we're not being good stewards. So it speaks highly to what Credo's saying here, that some of these beings are coming back angry because they're from the future, angry at what we've done to them from this point in history. Let's listen a little bit further.
These creatures, furthermore, are capable of impregnating earth women. They seek fluids and flesh from us human beings. If these creatures were a species of creatures from some far planet, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't be able to impregnate our women. They wouldn't be able to do what they are doing to us. These are our descendants. And when you have been worked over by them, you will understand that what they are doing to you, they do it with angry consciences. They are taking revenge upon us for what we have done to our future a few thousand years from now.
How powerful is that from Baba Credo? When people share their stories through time, the accounts are sometimes maybe more accurate, even though they might seem completely wild, because people will share truthfully their very deep experiences. They've got no reason to lie, really. You get some people that'll invent things, but you have a deep experience that in often cases brings with it very negative things. You also want to not publicize that to everyone. You share it with the people close to you. But kings and rulers and the victors of history, they apparently write down the narrative that we absorb as history. But it's not that experience that you share over the dinner table with a loved one. with someone you trust, with someone you care. And this is the interesting thing about having tribe, having roots, having links to your ancestors and your story and your origin. And Baba Credo here is telling us something that his people have kept for, I'm going to go into the thousands and say thousands and thousands of years, so that we can, and when this interview came out, this was again in the early 2000s. This was before UAPs. This was before David Grush. This was before Lou Elizondo. This was before disclosure about EBEs and Majestic and Aquarius and all the whistleblowers and testimonies being taken seriously. It also was before the world changed with September 11th, I'm going to finish this off with just a little bit more of Baba Credo because he has some interesting things here to say. Let's have a listen.
And I'm firmly convinced of this, and all things that have happened to me since that terrible day have served to confirm that these are our descendants, not aliens from some far galaxy, no. Now, one last thing, let me tell you. There is a race of alien creature to which the Nupusana creature belongs. A race of creatures who are tall, with metallic golden hair and bright blue eyes. These creatures are often seen in Africa. They are known all the way from the Congo Republic right down to Ciskei in South Africa. And black people of many tribes call these creatures by a strange name, a name by which they have known them for hundreds of years. The name Watende, Walende, or Wazungu, or Walungu, or Balungu. Now, when Africans met white people from Europe, they transferred to the white people the name by which they had known these blonde-headed, blue-eyed extraterrestrials. The name was Zungu, Watende, Walende, and Balungu, or Belungu. Now, what does the name Watende mean? It means the people of the whirlwind. So does the word Mzungu, which is used by many tribes in Zimbabwe and elsewhere to refer to white people. So does the Zulu word Mlungu or Umlungu. It means the righteous one of the whirlwind. Why? Because when a ship, a spacecraft belonging to these beings descends upon Earth, it does so at a fast spiraling rate. And as a result of this spiraling, it causes a whirlwind to form, which often damages African hearts.
What he means here also by whirlwind is not only the physical forces of the ship, but the whirlwind also refers to the effects that they have on people, whether it's, let's say, abductions or damages to the crops or just some kind of deep effect on the society, through whatever, and it's a mystery to the people creating this vast question in the hearts of people. Because remember, we were once created all as slaves, according to them, and the Anunnaki story and all of them. So although we are free and we have our minds, we are just at the cusp of true cosmic freedom and true cosmic awareness. And so these things are a reminder of where we came from and from how far we've fallen, right?
So you see, the black people first became acquainted with extraterrestrial white men and women before they met the real article.
And I'll leave it there. Bombshell, right? Mic drop. So, ladies and gentlemen, Baba Credo gave us some really based truth there, because when we look at that through the lens of 2023, we see that, oh my goodness, what he was saying actually resonates with a lot of these things that the whistleblowers are coming up with. It's resonating with a lot of the stuff that people are needing to hear, like McElroy says, in order to find their origins and their roots and know where we come from celestially, because it's important. It helps us ground our consciousness so that we're not stuck in a loop and are able to guide ourselves more effectively forward in time, not just living day by day or century by century. We only live about 100 years or less. So, or thereabouts, some people clock over 100, but give it a century, more or less. Our time is sort of limited. And so it's only when the culture that you're raised in has a high level of psycho-spiritual alignment, that's what they call this sacred geometry within us, aligning with the universe. When we can create that kind of a civilization, we're thinking very far ahead. And again, think back to that interview. That extraterrestrial being said that's how her civilization thinks of itself. A powerful, in control, steady, forward future thinking race that is, very capable. Very capable, and it sounds almost a bit like a really nationalistic North Korea. That's maybe a terrible example, but in this episode of StoryTime 19, we looked at some amazing things. Some real, what I think is possibly as close to as real footage of an alien being and how it is treated by the militaries. But in actual fact, we look at the second exchange with this telepath and Ariel. Not too sure how you would pronounce it, but their exchange is a lot more amicable and therefore more nuanced, highly more detailed, and more respectful. And I think because it's respectful, much more information comes through. She goes to say in that, in the set of letters, that often they would bring in military people during the interviews because she became very adept at this trans communication, at being an interpreter between the alien being and herself. And when military people came in, she would often find that that Ariel was not easy to very able to collaborate with them, because she could feel that they didn't trust her and didn't respect her and shut themselves off. We all do have a degree of autonomy. If you let people in, and you can also same time shut people out, both mentally and psycho-spiritually. So these little themes that we've run through in this mega, almost exactly 4-hour story time, I've found to be extremely, extremely fascinating, because they give us an interesting lens to look at this huge disclosure that's coming up this week. And who knows what this might bring going forward. As I said, it's happening thick and it's happening fast. But at least now I feel like we have a good grounding about what intelligence are we dealing with on the other side. What might be their motives or their way of being, or, are they flesh and blood like us? Over and above the crazy technologies, what is the essence of that technology? And, maybe this is why physicists have struggled for so many years since the 1940s up until the 1960s, 70s, 80s to get these craft backward engineered. Maybe because they needed this mental telepathic component that they had been ignoring as scientists for all this time, And, people like Russell Targ, which we spoke about in the previous story time, had even created machines for astronauts to use their telepathic abilities to do diagnostics on the ships, or to test how telepathic they were in case they had these encounters. They were trained in ways that the public often don't understand. So Baba Credo also gives us a bit more grounding about what are we looking at when we see that kind of a being, or these beings, or why are they the way they are? There is, in government disclosure, they often miss out the intelligence staring back in the mirror, the other life that you recognize when you see these things. And so it's good to put a grounding to that and say, if we're not alone in the universe, what would that communication be if it couldn't be in English, non-verbal, because we're so different? How would we be exchanging? And I think the information system of the universe, quantum mechanics, non-locality, whatever you want to call it, seems like a really good universal communication system to adopt. And it speaks again to the ability of humans to communicate and access all manners of information beyond the body. Our eyes only see such a limited space of the, or limited span of the spectrum, of the electromagnetic spectrum, but our brains and our experiences might have access to a bit more than what we just see and have one half of our brain interpret as like logical 3D space. It goes a bit deeper than that. And I hope I could, with these stories, bring that forward to you as how that would look for not only us, but for another race, or possibly another group of future humans, or whatever kind of entity you might think of. And again, to just glance off this concept of how we would, as humans, have an expeditionary force. We had the technology, we would visit the stars, we would have, I think, as with Star Trek, some kind of non-interventionist policy, some kind of prime directive with inferior level technology races. And the last point I wanted to mention is, in this transcript that we also looked at, isn't it interesting that the same theme keeps repeating, that these many people are repeating to us that the beings keep telling us that they're here because we're creating very destructive weapons. They're here to preserve, more or less, the status quo, rightly or in a right or wrong way, but really it's they keep to our nuclear bases because those are the things that send ripples through space and time and just speak of nothing good about humanity. A nuclear reactor makes sense. A nuclear weapon, it's an abomination to life itself. Shouldn't be any way necessary in an advanced civilization. A type 1 civilization will always be beyond our reach if we need weapons against each other. So, as Ronald Reagan said at the United Nations, maybe with a universal threat exterior to this world, maybe we would drop our differences like that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is where I'm going to sign off. This is your friendly Euphoria. Thanking you kindly for joining us on this very lengthy, but I had a very fun time, and I hope you did too. 4-hour-long podcast. Episode 19 of Storytime has been rather epic, because we have epic things coming up. So who knows what's going to be in next week's episode of Storytime. Lots, I'm sure, because there's going to be bombshell disclosures, and the whole world is poised to change. Narratives slipping out of the hands of the controllers, and people are making of it what they want, and I like that idea. So we'll see where that goes, and I look forward to seeing you all for, I guess, what's going to be quite an epic and historic episode 20 next week Sunday. Around the same time, we'll see you then. I hope you have a fantastic start to your week. Love you all. Much love and light, and thank you so much for joining me throughout this incredible little deep dive into, again, the human mind, life, consciousness, UAPs, and the paradigm shift that we're at the precipice of. So, welcome to 2023. We just clocked into the second half of the year, and it's just going wild. So it's my great pleasure to be taking this journey with you guys. We'll see you all on the next one, and as always, love you all. Catch you then. Peace and respect.